most important thing.
In seat 4, Ronnie Lemons.
I'm Ronnie Lemons. I'm 36 years old. I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm an owner of a restaurant right now. Because of Corona, I think, I'm closed now with the restaurant, so I can play some poker in my days off. So I'm here for the first time, and made it to the final table. Yeah, I like it very much here in Czech. And we'll be back in November for the WSOPC main event. The cash prize is also good, but to have a circuit ring, it's really nice to have. I wish everyone on the table, final table, good luck, and may the best player win.
In seat 5, Venezuela, Carlson. In seat 6, Alexander Tomovic.
Tomovic, Alexander, Serbia. I do everything about gambling. I'm not living from poker, but I play along 15 years like this. I'm happy with the final table. I play aggressively in the middle stage, and it's paid off, and we will see what happens. Great to all Serbia.
Tomovic. And seat 7, Roman Chochkola. Seat 8, Simon Andrian.
I'm Simon Andrian, a professional poker player, and my screen name online is Pertujo7. I'm mixing. I used to play more online in the past years, but now I'm mixing. I'm playing both. Sure, I already played there on the WSOP, so yeah, a good feeling. Always a good feeling. Yeah, but win will be the best feeling. So yeah, they already know that I will win. I'm joking, but yeah, good luck for me, and yeah, hope to go for the win.
And seat 9, Do Chong Tran.
My name is Do Tran, and I'm a full-time employee, so poker is just my hobby. It's a big hobby. Travel a lot, so that's why I like poker. So I go to every big tournament, APT, WSOP, and everywhere in the world, around the world. So I like traveling as well. So I combine. Yeah, I feel great. A bit tired, but great. Play just my game. You know, I have different certain style to play, and probably not the same. People keep criticize a lot, but I like my style, so it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Willkommen, liebe.
There you have it. What a great synopsis of our lineup here in Kings Resort. 9 players remain from 808 entries. We are in for a super exciting day of poker. I'm joined by my good friend from Ireland, Dara O'Carney. Dara, are you looking forward to this as much as I am? Well, just a few small little tech hitches. Give us 1 sec, guys, and we'll get this snap sorted. Meanwhile, you can see the listing of our 9 players. Some really big names still in the mix, mostly recreational players. It was interesting, the introductions. We have 3 Italians. Of course, we had a couple of Dutch players who fell by the wayside late last night. We had Albert Hockendick and Martin Papp. both finishing just before the final table. And of course, we did see that last hand with King 10 in a massive flip with the small pair versus the Ace Queen suited. Of course, it was the Dutch entrepreneur, restaurant owner that came out on top, Ronnie Lemens, who's here with a average stack of 7.9 million. Well, his stack is 7.9 million, average approximately 5 million. So just a couple of announcements from the TD, Andy Tillman, to the players before we kick off. You can see the Dutch player just about to take his seat.
Hello, Fintan.
So just bear with us. Hello.
Can you hear me, Fintan?
Absolutely perfect, Dara. All
Awesome,
the viewers
yeah, no.
were screaming and shouting for you, saying, "What is going on? We're not
Yeah, I could
listening
hear
to
you.
Fintan all day." That's really good.
I could hear you, but I couldn't.
Um,
You couldn't hear me. Yeah, I was just saying that this is going to be a really exciting final table. We saw most of these players yesterday. There's a real mixture of styles, and it's going to be a very, very exciting final table. I think it'll probably be a lot different from a lot of final tables. Most of these players have a lot of gamble to them, and really looking forward to the action.
I don't know, did you catch the introductions, Dara, from Andy?
I did, yeah. It's a really diverse, eclectic bunch, so that really adds to the occasion, I think.
It was brilliant. I mean, there was only one player that kind of announced himself as a professional, which I thought was, was quite incredible. Like that, of course, was our friend Simone Andrian, the Italian. He gave his online name. I didn't catch it. I don't know. Did you catch it, Dara?
I didn't catch it
This is-
either.
Yeah, that's him there in the
he-
centre of the screen, Simone. He's seated in seat 8 on the very right-hand side. But he was the only player that, announced himself as a full-time professional player. Of course, Tomovic announced himself as a full-time professional gambler, and pretty much everyone else said they were, entrepreneurs / other business interests. So, I mean, this is just, as you say, a real mixed bunch.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounded like they were all very successful. Even the guys who are not poker players are successful in other areas of life, and you could kind of see that they're all approaching this very from a very optimistic point of view, and really going for it in a lot of spots. Nobody's playing scared.
And straight away, we're going to kick off the first hand of the final table here with Tomovic with the ace 10 and Roman Chikola with the pocket jacks in the hijack. And it looks like he's just smooth call, but look at this, Dara. Kamikaze with big slicks suited.
Action straight away. Three playable hands out there and 2 premiums. This pot could get very big.
So we're going to see a 3-bet for sure from Kamikaze, who's one of the shorter stacks. He's playing 3.2 million behind. And 3-bet, of course, Tomovic now is just going to lose interest, given that Roman is in the hand also, who just flattered his open. But Roman, this is a different proposition. Roman won't be folding.
3.2.
3.2.
Yeah, Kamikaze has 22 big blinds, so you'd expect this just to go in pre-flop now.
we had the pleasure of watching these guys, all three guys actually that involved in this hand. Tomovic was on our feature table. We just folded there. We had Roman and Kamikaze, and it was a really high level table last night.
Was indeed, yeah.
These
The play
players
was excellent.
Yeah, stellar performance by everyone. This guy here on the very left, Simone, he really stood out to me. But he's a little short coming back today. He's about 2.3 million. But it's the gentleman on the right hand side, which is Dujan, listed here as Kamikaze.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he's
Okay,
gonna
this
fold the
is
jacks.
this is too tight, Dara. Sorry, this is too tight. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Josemu Jackie.
explain that to me.
I can't really. I mean, I
Dois
guess
Tingao.
it's one of those spots where he thinks maybe he's flipping at best, but he covered Kamikaze fairly comfortably. It's 22 big blinds. I think you just have to go with it there.
I mean, the other thing, like, okay, Tomovic opened, right? And I mean, Roman flatted.
Open flat.
That could have been a 3-bet spot with the
Open
jacks.
flat.
He just
3
decided
bet.
to flat.
Fold the
That
jack.
kind of opens the door for one of these more aggressive players like Kamikaze to, you know, perhaps exploit the situation and 3-bet.
Asso capo.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, also he showed afterwards. So if I'm at the table and I see that a guy's going to fold a hand as strong as jacks, you know, you're going to keep pounding them with 3-bets because
Yeah, no, when you want to boss the first hand.
not very many stronger hands than jacks.
I don't mind.
So, pretty fast start here to our final table. Viewers just tuning in. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. All of these guys have locked up a very sizable payday. They're all guaranteed about 20, almost 28k. That's 17,400 in cash, and then the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Of course, these seats will be awarded to each of the finishing positions.
Indeed, yeah. And see some familiar faces in Twitch chat. Hi, Bobbage. Bobbage is asking if I managed to get some sleep. I did. Not as much as I would have liked, but it's still great to be here commenting with Fintan on this very exciting final table.
Now, one of 3 Italians who have made it to the promised land, Michael, but he folds the 5 deuce.
Yeah, he was just a bit too shallow to defend there. He only had 16 big blinds.
Or you beat it, you know. I never do anything else. Minimum ace queen.
No tens.
I mean, Dara,
No
well,
tens.
we've had the privilege of making
just
some
let
of
you know.
these final tables. It's a really exciting proposition. It's a great feeling, isn't it, waking up like on day 4, final day, just one table left in a major tournament.
Oh, sorry.
Describe the feelings to some of our viewers who perhaps haven't been fortunate enough yet to make one of these final tables.
Yeah, I think it's just about the best feeling in poker. I mean, a big live tournament, when you wake up on the last day, everything is possible. Doesn't really matter what your stack is. You know, you see people go from being the short stack to winning. You kind of live for those moments, and you have to enjoy them when they come along. And also, live is a lot different from online because, you know, online is faster. It's over in one day typically, although there are some online tournaments that go on more than one day. But a live tournament, you're there in the venue, you're playing with the same players, you're gradually getting through the tournament, there's less and less players, and then finally you're down to one table. And that's just an incredibly exciting feeling. And like I said, the most important thing is you kind of just have to enjoy it, because it'll only happen so many times in your life, no matter how good you are. And every final table is exciting.
That is the voice of Dara O'Carney, who makes final tables for a living, live and online. Absolute privilege to have you here with us, Dara. Really nice of you to lend us your time. This is really exciting stuff for us. We love these big events and we love streaming the content to our viewers.
Yeah, and we have an exciting hand here. Both players have flopped top pair, so I can't imagine that Mike Michele isn't going to get the double up here. He's very short. There's only another 1.2 million behind. Now he just kind of has to think, okay, well, what's the best way to get the money, and how much should I bet now? How much should I leave behind for the river? Probably around 400,000 feels right now. If he bets 400,000, Ronnie could come over the top. Or if he just calls, then that only leaves 800k behind, which will be about a half pot bet on the river. But he's decided to go all in.
Ronnie Lemens from the Netherlands, the restaurant owner, sitting on 7.4 million. Ronnie was the chip leader today, the overnight big stack. We saw him bust out King 10 the last hand last night. This is a big decision, Dara.
This is a big decision, yeah. Because Michele has shoved here, he might actually get away from it, because he might reason to himself, well, he wouldn't do this just with a jack. He probably, and if he has a queen, it's a better queen than mine. Yeah, he comes to the right decision there. I think Michele could have got, if he'd bet 400k, he would have got more out of the hand. But by shoving all in, he basically said, you know, I have a hand strong enough that I'm not afraid to risk my tournament life with. And Ronnie sitting there with top pair, nut low kicker, just kind of realized I'm only beating a bluff, and I don't think he's bluffing.
The Italian entrepreneur who in the interview made a special mention to his girlfriend, which I kind of liked, Dara.
It was very nice, yeah. He thanked his girlfriend for making him a better human, which yeah, a very nice touch.
And a good start for the Italian, who picks up a bunch of blinds now. This is Tomovic, definitely the most experienced here on our final table. Alexander Tomovic, he's done it all, this guy, in the gambling world. And the player from Serbia now opens once again with the King Queen. It looks like Tomovic is trying to just set down a few ground rules at the start of this final table, Dara.
Yeah, I was so impressed by this guy yesterday. He really didn't put a foot wrong. He played very, very aggressive on the loose side, but it was a good spot to do it because he had the chip lead, and the others were playing a bit tight correctly to make sure that they got to the final table. But it wasn't just mindless aggression. He knew when to apply the pressure, but he also knew when to take the foot off the accelerator.
It was really interesting, particularly his battle with this gentleman, Fazula, who kind of stood up to him on a few occasions. Now he came off the wrong end, Fazula, but he was clever enough to navigate his way back into the top stacks. Real quality act, this guy, Fazula. A bit of an unknown quantity, Dara. I was trying to find some intel on him, and not much was coming up, to be honest.
Yeah, same. I'd never heard of him before, but I was super impressed by the way he played. Not just how he played technically, but just his temperament. He didn't. There was a couple of spots where, if he'd been mentally weaker, he might have tilted. But he stayed in the zone the whole way, played his game, and kind of showed a bit of everything. Made some very big moves, made some big plays, but also made some big hero calls and folds.
Absolutely, and interesting seat arrangement, Fazula and Tomovic. I mean, if I was a gambling man myself, I would definitely see these two in the shake-up towards the end when it comes near to the podium positions. But look, who knows? All of these guys are just pure quality, in my opinion. And they all come across, I mean, after hearing the interviews, they all appear to be super successful, either on the table or off the table. And everything is possible.
Indeed, yeah. I'd say when Fasula woke up this morning, or whenever they did the table draw and he saw the table draw, his heart sank. He kind of has the worst seat in the house, to the immediate right of Tomovic.
This is Roman with the King Queen under the gun. It'll be very interesting now to see the difference between Roman, who folds the King Queen under the gun, as opposed to Tomovic. Be it Tomovic has a deeper stack, but it is kind of interesting. It gives us a little indication of different players' mentality.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, sometimes on these final tables, with the more recreational players, let's say, sometimes you find that they'll look at the prize sheet and they'll sort of set a mental target, go, well, it would be very nice to get at least 5th. And that can sometimes affect the way they play early on.
Of course, all of these players with different strategies and styles. This is Tomovic, suited king in the big blind, and
yeah,
absolutely, Dara.
Yeah.
He understands the pot odds. Suited king. Given the stack situation, this is a pretty standard defend, and of course he connects. Small pair.
King,
not great situation for Claudio.
This is a terrible board. Yeah, this is almost a board where you maybe might just wave the white flag and try to get to showdown. But there's also an argument for betting just to fold out 2 random cards that haven't hit this board, but still have a reasonable a lot of equity actually against your hand. Tomovic is probably just going to play the check call game. He is top pair weak kicker. There's no real point in inflating the pot. And he does call.
Check call from Tomovic on the flop as predicted.
Oh,
now this is quite amazing. It was actually the only 4 left in the deck. And if you're sitting in Claudio Di Giacomo's seat, you're going, wow, this is my day. And Claudio's definitely putting Tomovic on at least a jack, probably a king. So he's going to have to keep betting here, Dara.
Yeah, this is a great spot. This is one of the best spots in poker where you bet your under pair on the flop and then you hit your set on the turn, because your opponent has called, so you know he has something. So now you can just really go for keep going for value. He should probably size up a bit here because it's quite a drawy board. It's also possible that Alexander has some kind of straight draw or flush draw, and a king is going to play a fairly big bet anyway, so you might as well go for it.
50% pot size bet on the turn. Claudio has made a set and trouble for Tomovic, but this guy, Dara, I described him as granite last night, and my description wasn't too far off the mark. It's like you're playing a brick wall, this guy. You get no intel from him. He doesn't go off script. He doesn't pop off, really, really quality temperament and a master live reader of the game. But I think he's going to have to pay this off. I mean, I certainly would.
Wow, look at this fold. That's an amazing fold. That is such a good fold. It's very, very hard to fold top pair to 2 bets, but that has to be just a read on your opponent where you think he's not going to fire twice on a bluff, and I only have a 5 kicker, so if he has a king, it's a better king than mine, and there's lots of other hands that beat me too. Also, I mean, from a theoretical point of view, I think if we put this through a solver, it would say call the turn and then fold the river to another bet. But if you're up against somebody who's not bluffing enough on the turn, then getting out on the turn actually makes a lot of sense.
Well, you can't do much better than put your money in when you're good and fold when you're behind. And that's exactly what Tomovic just displayed in that hand versus Claudio. Blinds still 50,000, 100k, but we started this level last night, Dara, so not much time left in this level. We could see with the chip stacks, like the smaller stacks had 20 plus bigs, but that's gonna, this new level, the 60, 120, that will change the situation more.
Yeah, they won't be able to sit around as long, and as long as there's a lot of them in or around the same stacks, that really incentivizes them to play very snug and hope the other guys bust so they ladder. It's a great time for the bigger stacks because they can sort of exploit that now. Michele folds a king nine, which is, it's a good fold. It's just a bit too early, and he only has 21 big blinds. And as I just said, the ICM of the situation is you kind of have to play a bit tighter in these spots.
The Dutchman, Ronnie Lemons. We had two Dutch players fall by the wayside very late on last night. We had Martin Papp and Albert Hockendick, two quality acts.
Hello.
And we did mention how, you know, there was so many Italians and Dutch players still in the shake-up, Dara, and, you know, it's the Italians made it, three of them here on this final table, and two Dutch players just kind of bubbled the final table. This is an interesting one. Tomovic has been playing mostly everything, but now picks up the Kings.
Yeah, he's gone for the 3.5 big blind raise, which is actually pretty standard at 40 big blind stack depth. He's not going to get a customer because Roman, luckily for him, picks up absolute garbage. I'm just looking again at the chat. Shout out to Barry Carter, who's in the Twitch chat. Barry writes books with various people, including myself. And Bobic asks, tighter okay, but not folding jacks to a 3-bet. Yeah, I would agree to that. That was definitely too tight.
Shout out to all our viewers on all the platforms. Thanks for tuning in. Hello to Bobic. And a warm welcome to Barry, who's tuned in. Thank you so much, Barry. We appreciate all your great work. We're told that you keep Dara in line on a daily basis. Always good to have a person like that in your life, Dara.
Absolutely, yeah. And Barry makes the best cup of tea that I've ever tasted.
So, Claudio with the Jack 10, 5 million stack, makes it 210, and pocket fives for Michael, who folds. This is Ronnie Lemens, suited ace, will be entering this pot, I expect. This ace, I mean, it's such an important card, Dara. Blocking so many of the premium hands. And of course, he's suited also.
He's suited, yeah, and you'd actually prefer ace-3 suited to something like ace-8 suited, just because you can cover the low end of the board as well. It's a very nice hand to be able to play in position. Claudio is definitely going for it. He's, you know, opening Jack 10 in pretty early position is definitely on the aggressive side. So he's obviously come in with a game plan. He's going to try and attack from the start.
Yeah,
This 3-bet from Ronnie, certainly going to work. Claudio, as you say, Dara, he is going for it, opening early with the small pair, and now the Jack 10 offsuit, trying to establish himself on this final table. If you've just tuned in, this is the World Series of Poker Circuit main event, €1,700. And we have a really interesting lineup. I say interesting, but it's actually super exciting also. We have a bunch of successful businessmen. We have a couple of pros. We have a couple of gamblers. And I think it's going to make for interesting viewing for the next 4 or 5 hours at least. That's the chip leader at the moment, the Dutch player. Just
And
stacking.
setting down his marker right at the start with that 3-bet. He's here to play as well.
So button moves. Roman, who folded the jacks to a 3-bet in the first hand. Then he's posting, well, he's on the button. Posting blinds is Simone, who for me is definitely one of the standout players on this table. He is a little limited with his stack size. Big blind, then we have Kamikaze. This is the physics expert, Sharon, with a camera business. He folds under the gun. Now, Michael, one of 3 Italians, 7 deuce. This should be just put straight into the bin, given that he's playing just 2.1 million.
Yeah.
And a new blind level, Dara. It's 60.
Yeah, new blind level.
Now.
Yeah, was just about to comment on that. That means the short stacks are even shallower now. So, it just sort of increases the misery for them. They can't really play too speculatively. They just kind of have to wait for hands now, or pick very good spots.
Fold it right around to the blinds, and Simone in the small blind. Now this is always a clear indication of skill level of a player, how they play in the blinds from Adar.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the limp here is the normal play with this sort of stack depth. He just has 16 big blinds. He obviously wants to play as many hands as he can from the small blind. He should be limping most of them. He'll shove some hands. He'll have some raises as well, but for the most part, he should be limping. And 7-6 offsuit fits perfectly into that. I think Kamikaze will probably either will either raise to try and get him in or shove. I'm not sure about the check behind. I think I would have preferred a raise there.
So we're going to see a flop. Kamikaze with the benefit of position. Simone with the gut shot.
Yeah, Simone's picked up the gut shot, which will give him a sort of a license to bet now because he's betting it with equity. He knows even if he gets called, he can hit a very strong hand on the turn. And that's a very conservative fold.
Betting on small blind is really...
Just too big. Small blind, I think.
That's a small blind, yeah. Those tournaments are too early. I'm not used to.
Me too. Normally I never jam the first hand. I was ready.
He has a piece of my action.
So, Vizula, 6.7 million, second in chips. Well, yeah, I mean, he's very close to the chip leader, Tomovic himself. And, of course, the Dutch player, Ronnie Lemens, are the 3 players with the chips. This is Roman Chocola. And now Simone. Approximately
Spotlight?
20 bigs for Simone.
Oh, pot.
Yeah, Chocolate could have thought about opening the queen eight suited there, but the fact that the professional players behind him with the reshove stack might have dissuaded him. Kamikaze has picked up an ace in the small blind. Let's see how he plays this. Both players have the same hand. This should just be a shove. Yeah, this is a good move by the big blind here. He has just over 15 big blinds, 16 big blinds roughly. Ace 9 is a monster blind on blind. Kamikaze has raised, so there's a lot of money out there. If he can get this through, he adds a lot to his stack.
That is Kamikaze. Pressure back on him. Argument there for him shoving into Sharon. Dara.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you can see he's in a difficult spot now. He doesn't know whether he's supposed to call or fold. And if you have that sort of hand where if you raise and get shoved on, you're not really sure what to do, you're generally better off just shoving yourself first and not putting yourself in that spot. Because if you raise call and you're not happy about it, you might be a little bit too light. But if you raise fold, you could be getting very heavily exploited. I think like Sharon should be shoving any ace here over the raise. He should be shoving any pair. He should be shoving stuff like king, queen, king, jack. So you kind of have to call, but it's not great. I don't blame him for the fold. But I think you're 100% right. He should just have shoved himself.
Sharon picks up precious blinds. The businessman from Israel. In seat 1, just to the left of the dealer, still 9-handed. 9 players. All these players, of course, locked up approximately 28k, thereabouts, give or take a couple of euro. Of course, up top, it's approximately 215,000. All of these payouts I describe, of course, include the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat valued at 10,350. Fezula has started very quiet. On the opposite end, this guy, Tomovic, who has position on him, he's been involved in almost everything.
Yeah, I think Vizula's just recognizing he really does have the worst seat with Tomovic to his immediate left. If I was in his spot with his stack in this situation, I think my plan would be to play very snug early on, see what happens, maybe let a few bust outs happen, and see how Tomovic is going to play.
So, Tomovic, King 10 open now. Roman Chocola. He last orbit first hand. It's the exact same positions when Tomovic opened with the ace 10 and Roman had the jacks and he just flatted with the jacks. So let's see what he does here with the ace queen. Roman Chocola, I really would like to see a 3-bet.
Yeah, I think a 3-bet is definitely the play here.
Looks like that's about 500k. Well, it looks very small sizing. These orange chips are 5k, blues 25k, and the chocolate chips are about 100k. So that looks like about 650 to me. Snap fold from Simone, Kamikaze gets out of the way.
660. 7. 8 pass, 9 pass.
Now, ace-4 straight into the bin. And Claudio doesn't mess about with the 9-6 suited. Tomovic releases the king-10. And Roman Chocola takes down the pot.
Yeah, I like how quickly Tomovic released there. I always think it's a sign of a good player who, when they've opened a hand towards the bottom of the range and they 3-bet, they just let it go quickly rather than doing any posturing or trying to save face. You're supposed to open a range of hands. Sometimes you're at the bottom of your range, and if you 3-bet, you just let it go.
Ronnie Lemons, deuces, under the gun, in the bin. Come on, Ronnie. Don't go crazy on us. He's got the chips. He is the chip leader. So he feels there's an onus on him more than any other player to take control here. And he decides to open with the deuces.
Yeah, he's got the whole table to go through. This is definitely on the ambitious side. And the problem is with deuces, like you're literally blocking nothing. You might as well have 2 baseball cards in terms of the strong hands that people behind can have.
7 pass. 8 pass, 9 pass.
But it looks
might
like
work.
this has been folded right around to the button, which is the Sharon 10-7 of hearts on the button. He's going to think about it, but first is under the gun open. And given the stack size Sharon has, just 20 bigs, less than 20 bigs, he's going to let go of the 10-7 suited.
Yeah.
And Michael in the big blind folds after Claudio in the small blind folds. Now, I owe Michael's family an apology. I've been trying to put an Italian pronunciation on his name for the last couple of days. And of course, I was completely wrong. I botched it totally. Michael is Michael. And his mum is American, I'm told. So
Right.
a warm welcome to his family if they've tuned in. We're absolutely loving this guy. He's a quality act. We see him there in the very left of our screen. And a shout out to his beautiful girlfriend. Really exciting final table for Michael. We'll be following him closely. But this guy, Tomovic, he has the potential to absolutely hammer crush this table, believe me. He's a master craftsman. And he opens early here with the small pair. And interesting, Dara, Roman Chocola 3-betted Tomovic with the ace-queen a couple of hands ago. A little bit different on this time, the situation. Not the same.
Yeah, this is a different situation because Tomovic is open from earlier position. Now, we can see that Tomovic is obviously opening a very wide range if he's opening pocket threes under the gun +1. But Chocola also has to worry about all the players behind. So, yeah, this time we're just going to see a call, which is more prudent given that they're in earlier position.
Now, action is around to Michael, who looks very interested. Sorry, it's Claudio with 7-5 suited on the button. I would have thought this would be in the bin straight away. I guess he has position, Dara. And
Yeah,
he could see a flop.
Yeah, players often like to see. Why was he? Is he counting out raising chips? Is he going to try a squeeze
Well,
here?
he certainly is.
Wow, that's.
And he is going to squeeze out. He's
Yeah.
going to squeeze out Tomovic, but I'm not too sure about Roman Chocola, whose hand is a little under-repped.
Yeah, this is the problem with opening the small pairs in early position. You've just a lot of players to get through, and if players see that you're opening them, they're going to do this more. Chocolate, of course, is the player we saw fold jacks in a somewhat similar spot early on. So he's also a good guy to go after. So I think this is Claudio recognizing Tomovic is opening very wide in early position. Chocolate didn't three bet him; he just flatted, and actually he folded jacks in a similar spot earlier, and I think he's going to get him to fold the ace queen. Wow. So
That's, I
very
mean,
good.
that is just, it's so, I mean, the success of that, doing that, getting like the ace queen and the small pair to fold. And of course, he picks up the blinds as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge spot, like really, when you think of it. You might think, okay, so what? It's only like, I don't know, 6, 7 blinds, maybe 8 blinds. But I mean, with 7-5, this is a pot he shouldn't be winning, in my opinion, Dara.
Absolutely, yeah. No, that was just a great recognition of the sort of table dynamics and the situation of Tomovic opening very, very wide, and the other player just flatting, and probably not flatting too many hands he's willing to play against a 3-bet. So his hand didn't matter too much there. I mean, you'd still rather have something like 7-5 suited that has some playability if you get called. But yeah, that was a really good spot there for Claudio, and fair play to him for going for it.
Chocolat, 4.5 million, which is average stack here on our final table, 9-handed. And you can hear Chocolat go to the rail, tell his fans that he folded ace queen. He's never folded ace queen in his life pre-flop. Well, this is a big final table. He doesn't want to get into a dogfight this early. Now, I mean, this guy is, for me, has shown a lot of intent, along with Tomovic, probably more ambition. So far, Ronnie, of course, has all the chips, almost 8 million. In the small blind here with King 10.
Yeah, he can go a couple of ways with this. This is a strong enough hand to just flat and take it to a flop, but he can also maybe recognize that Claudio is really going for it, as you said, and is opening very wide. Now we can see on this occasion he actually has a hand. But yeah, this is Ronnie saying, okay, you're playing too many pots, sir. I cover you. Let's see if you want to play.
Action back with Claudio. It's tricky. He does have the benefit of position post-flop, Dara. This might be a factor in him continuing. And he does have 5.3 million behind.
Yeah, they are pretty deep here, over 40 big blinds, so you can definitely just call here. The benefit of position is pretty huge. On most flops, you're going to be able to call at least one bet, and then you can see what the guy does on the turn. Occasionally, you'll flop a set. And this is the type of flop now. Yeah, absolutely. This is the flop where you can definitely continue, no matter what Ronnie does. So if Ronnie fires out the c-bet here, I expect Claudio to call.
So 30% pot size continuation bet from Ronnie Lemens from the Netherlands. And as you predicted, Dara, we're going to see a call from Claudio, who's in the lead here with the 9s, but he does have to avoid king or 10. There's also the backdoor clubs, backdoor straight possibility for the Dutchman, but the 5 on the turn, this is a great card for Claudio.
Yeah, this is not Ronnie, a spare card at all.
Ronnie just has to make the decision now. Does he continue with this story of massive strength, being the 3-better pre-flop, continued on the flop. And that's what he's decided to do. He's saying, look, I've got the overpair in my hand here, and your ace queen is no good. This is the story Ronnie's saying. Will Claudio fall for it? It's a believable enough story, Dara, in my opinion.
It is, yeah, because he's a 3-better pre-flop. He has all the big pairs and all the really strong hands. This is a horrible spot now for Claudio. It's also a pretty big bet. It's more than half pot. It's crucially more than 1/3 of Claudio's stack as well. So he kind of just has to decide whether he believes him or not now, whether he has the best hand.
This is pressure, believe me. 1.7 million. This is World Series of Poker Circuit main event final table, 215,000 euro up top. Big moment for Claudio. It's so difficult to continue here.
It's really difficult because you have to worry about the shove that's coming on the river. So kind of this is a spot in the hand where you sort of have to decide whether your hand is good or not. I don't know how much history he has with Ronnie. Yeah, I'm not at all surprised by that fold. That's definitely the prudent play. I mean, we can see he folded the best hand, but you know, Ronnie can have all the better hands as well.
Massive pot. And now Ronnie extends his chip advantage. On the button for this hand, and small blind, it's Fazula, who we haven't seen play a hand. I mean, he was the most active player all day yesterday. Tomovic posting big blind. Roman, who's under the gun here with the 7-4, and this will be instantly folded. And then action with Simone. Pocket threes, doesn't even think about it. He knows his hand strengths. This guy from certain positions, Dara.
Yeah. He has all his ranges nailed down for sure.
Sharon, the physics graduate / mathematician, opens here with the ace-9. Sub 20 bigs. It's risky.
It's risky, yeah. I mean, it's a hand you still want to open. You're really hoping just to steal the blinds with, and you have an ace blocker. But it's a pretty easy hand to release if you get 3-bet.
Sharon does have that ace of hearts, 2 hearts on the flop. Other than this, both players have missed this.
Yeah, this is a very bricky flop. It's a flop that not too many hands will actually have hit in either player's range. It's kind of important that Fazula is in the small blind here rather than the big blind, so his range is a good bit tighter. He probably has almost as strong a range, or maybe he has roughly as strong a range as the opener. So Sharon throws out the c-bet. Fazula is probably going to continue and call at least one and see what happens on the turn. This is a card that Sharon can definitely barrel now with the ace of hearts.
Snap fold.
Yeah.
From Fazula. Good understanding there from Sharon, using the information that he had the Ace of Hearts in his hand, blocker to the nuts. That's your scoreboard. Great progress from Ronnie. 9.5 million. Fazula and Tomovic sitting near the 50 bigs mark, and not much really else has happened. Michael down to 14 big blinds. Simone under 20 bigs, and Sharon on 25 bigs.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys in that zone still where they'd really like a few bust outs into ladder a few spots, and they have awkward stacks to play as well. 20 to 25 is awkward because if you open and get 3-bet and you have to fold, it's quite a significant chunk of your stack. You do that a few times, suddenly you find yourself short. So that kind of tightens up your range. Interesting spot now. Simone has raised Ace Jack under the gun, which is fine, even though he's relatively shallow. He's mostly just trying to steal the blinds or else play against the big blind in position. Sharon works out that Ace Jack isn't really strong enough to play against an under the gun open.
Michael, Ronnie and Fazula all get out of the way. Action with Tomovic in the small blind who folds, and this is Roman in the big blind who decides to let go his hand. Simone, Andrian takes down the pot, brings him up to 2.6 million. You can feel the tension out there. All these money jumps, although the difference between ninth and 8th, of course, less significant between 8th and 7th, but it's actually a good bit less of a jump, Dara.
Yeah, but I also think there's almost an emotional bubble in these spots too, where nobody wants to be the first player out. That can be a factor sometimes on final tables, where you sometimes see until the first bust out happens, everybody plays very, very cagey, and then somebody busts, and sort of the other short stacks are kind of relieved that they weren't the first player out, and they open up a bit.
Now, action with Michael, pocket sevens, 1.8 million, the short stack on the table, 14 bigs. Makes it 250. Suited ace for the chip leader, Ronnie.
Yeah, Ronnie's definitely thinking about a 3-bet here. He knows Michael only has 12 big blinds, so that's all he's really risking here. If he 3-bets and has to call. But he lets it go. The problem there is... Yeah, it's just the stack size there.
If he 3-bets, it has to be, 10, 12 big blinds to cover the open.
Yeah.
Sevens take it down. Michael wins a pot, brings him up over 2 million. So posting blinds here is Simone and Kamikaze. Under the gun is Sharon. Sharon seated here in seat 1, center of your screen. businessman from Israel, folds under the gun, and Claudio folds also. This is Michael with a suited ace. Under the gun +2. Looks interested. It's borderline, Dara, I think.
It's borderline, yeah. I mean, even when you're shallow, you can open these hands because you have the blocker. It's a better open than pocket deuces, for example, because both of those hands you're going to have to fold to a 3-bet, but with the ace deuce, you at least have a blocker. But it is a very early position, so I'm not surprised to see him let that go. He should be opening a lot of suited aces, most suited aces, but maybe not all the way down to ace deuce.
Tomovic cut off, opens with the 10-9, the exact same hand from Roman Chocola. I expect this hand to go into the dustbin. And the small blind is Simone, suited king. Looks attractive. Would definitely depend if he's in the big blind position, but small blind decides to let it go. But Kamikaze has a pair in the big blind, and there's a couple of ways he can proceed, Dara. Certainly folding, not one of them ways.
Yeah, you can make an argument for calling here. You can make an argument for raising. You can also make a pretty strong argument just for shoving, even though that might look very rash. But he has less than 30 big blinds. Tomovic is opening very, very wide. The shove is going to work a lot, and even if you get called, a lot of the time you'll be in a flip. I think what you don't want to do here is you don't want to raise and then have to fold to a shove. So probably the calling or shoving is your best options here.
Kamikaze decides to flat with the 7s. It is noteworthy that Roman folded the same hand as Tomovic, so less outs out there, but he has connected, made second pair. 2 diamonds, no player with a diamond in their hand. Tomovic with a big advantage here.
Yeah, he usually has the best. He nearly always has the best hand here on this board. This is a much better board than say Ace 9-6 or King 9-6 for the 10-9. It's Kamikaze is not going to have the Jack all that often. Nice small bet. This bet is just really designed to fold out the nothing. Now it's a bonus when you get 7s to fold. Tomovic displayed this style yesterday where he c-bet almost every flop using a really small sizing, and it's super effective because when he has nothing, it was working a lot.
And when he did have the absolute nuts, he induced a raise from Fazula when he flopped the top set.
Yeah.
Massive pot. Tomovic and the chip leader Ronnie Lemons, and of course Claudio. These are the 3 players who seem to be generating all the action. This is Michael here, under the gun +1, King Queen, 2.1 million. Chip leader with Ace 9, but it's very early position. He looks interested, but calling, I think, is a big mistake. He's going to 3-bet.
Yeah, if you're going to play this hand, you definitely want to 3-bet it. You're just basically using your ace blocker and the fact that you can apply ICM pressure.
So Michael with King Queen versus a 3-bet. Sharon is just going to fold out the suited ace in the big blind. A hand full of potential, but just can't continue given the interest already shown from Michael and then the 3-bet from Ronnie. So he's going to think about it for another 3 or 4 seconds and then fold the A7 suited.
Yeah. Well called.
Now, this is wow, snap fold. I thought he might think about it, Dara.
Yeah, no, that's exactly the right decision. I mean, this guy I think knows his ranges. Even though the chip leader is going to be very, very aggressive, King Queen, it's one of the worst hands he's opening. So when you're towards the bottom of your range, there's nothing wrong with just folding quickly.
Chip leader Ronnie Lemons up over 10 million, and the short stack is Michael Uctoni from Italy. And Michael under the gun here. These blue chips are 25k and the orange 5k. I don't see any 100k chips, but you see quite a lot of them to the right of our screen, which is the chip leader stack. Now deuce is under the gun. All in rip or fold. Fold is the more prudent approach from the Italian. Fold from the chip leader, and now action with Faizullah. And now he decides it's time to come out and play. 5-4 suited. Tomovic gets out of the way. This is Roman Chocola with the 5-3 offsuit. Now Simone with the King 9 off. This will be binned. Kamikaze on the button with a suited King. He'll hand these cards to the dealer also, you would expect. I mean, Faizullah hasn't opened yet, so this will definitely get respect.
Yeah. Yeah, Fazilla's done that thing of playing the first hour or whatever it's been pretty snug and sort of establishing a tight image. And now he's using that to open the 5-4 suited, and he's going to get a lot more credit than he would if he'd been much more active. But
so Claudio in the big blind, he's going to continue surely with the 9-8 suited.
Yeah,
in the 1-5-5.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's folding here.
So we want to see 6-7 flop. 3-6-7 2 club flop. I mean, both completely missed, but advantage Faizullah.
Advantage Faizullah, yeah. He has far more aces here. It's an interesting spot because he has far more aces, but obviously Claudio has more sixes. So if Claudio had some sort of prospects, say he had 7-8 of hearts or spades, he could have thought about a check raise there. But with the 9-8 of clubs, he had nothing. So not surprisingly, he just gives it up.
Icebreaker for Faizullah from Turkey. One of the standout performers from yesterday's stream. He really was spectacular, some of the hands, and I'm thinking back to the hand against Simone very late on. Simone with the jacks was blind versus blind, and Faizullah, well, he re-raised flop when Simone continued, then fired turn, and then that sizing on the river, you remember, Dara, it was like 20% of the pot, even less, 17% of the potty river bet.
Yeah. And we could have these two guys tangling for the first time. Fazullah's got a playable hand, which he's opened in early position, King Jack suited, and Tomovic has the pair just behind. He's let it go. Wow, that's a mark of respect to Fazullah, I think.
Yeah, he did have position, but post flop, these kind of small pairs, they're not really an exciting prospect. And he did have several players still jacked.
Yeah,
so I totally get it.
I think that's a crucial factor, and it's a table where players have shown willingness to three bet and to squeeze. So when you flat with the small to medium pair, and you're kind of in no man's land. You're just setting up a very good squeeze spot for people behind.
Normal service has resumed for Fazula. Stacking chips brings them up to around 6 million. There's not 6 million there, but there's maybe, I don't know how much. They're 10k bricks. 200k?
That looks about right. Yeah. Yeah.
And the gold ring, of course, which is worth multiple millions. Because you can only win these rings. Can't go down to your local jeweler, pick one out. Takes a lot of sweat and tears. Fazula, ace queen, suited. He's back.
Yeah, he's back, and now the other players are starting to wonder: is he just opening every hand now? They can't see his cards, obviously.
Well, action.
Yeah.
And all the money's going to go in.
All the money's gone in here.
Yeah, for sure. Michael's going to be 3-bet ripping for the lot, I expect, Dara.
Yeah. 12.5 big blinds. This is as good as it gets. You look down at ace king.
And Fazula, he is suited. He's going to ask for a count, but he's going to come to the correct decision, in my opinion, of calling. I think you got to call here with the ace queen, given the price you're getting, 1.3 million. He's still going to have above average stack if he calls and loses. And like 10s, jacks, 9s, 8s maybe even do this.
Yeah.
King queen suited could do this. There's the call as we expected. Of course he's thinking it could be ace king. That's a probability. But you just can't fold the ace queen in this situation.
No, there's just too many hands, you said, that you're in decent shape against pairs lower than the queen, king queen suited, ace jack suited, those types of hands sometimes.
Now, Fazula lost a big one early yesterday, with the ace king suited versus the ace queen. So he's going to be looking to do the same here. Michael, of course, all in for his tournament life, 1.6 million. Massive moment for the Italian. Needs to avoid clubs. Needs to avoid a queen. If he can do that, he is back in business. Great shape here. Never easy, Dara.
No. This is a 6 wet now. Almost a flip.
Fazula could have his opponent drawing dead if he can connect with a club on the turn. He is behind. He needs to hit queen or club. Oh boy, thick way to exit. Not nice. I mean, this guy was a quality act. I loved his interview. Before the final table started. I hope they grab him for another word. Classy act, Michael. Got his money in good, but Fazula did absolutely nothing wrong.
No, it's just one of those things. He made the correct call. He happened to be behind on this occasion, but he got there, and that happens in poker as well. Unlucky for Michael, but it sounded like from his interview he might not be the winner today, but he's definitely a winner in life.
Nicely put, Dara. His empty seat removed from the arena. We're down to 8 players.
Of course, yeah, I'm not so happy because of course I got like in the last position, so still happy. I did final table, was a good experience. I got a little bit of money, so it's fine. At the end, I'm happy anyways. Yeah. Yeah, everything was super amazing, super professional stuff and well organized. So yeah, I had a very good experience. The tournament was super nice, and so yes, I had fun and good results. So good. Yeah. No, me, I had no choice. I was the shortest deck, so I had to double up. So he had a good hand as well, so he had to play. He didn't have to put like so much money in the pot, so he had to call anyways. So I think everything was standard. It's supposed to go like this, so everything was okay then. Yeah.
9th place finisher, the Italian, Michael. Real quality, good guy. Got it all in with ace king, but Fazula with the ace queen hit his flush. This is Roman Chocola. King queen. Under the gun +1. He looks back down at his stack. He's going to open. Big blind is 120k. He's going to make it about 250.
Yeah, this is a fine hand to open. You're probably folding it to a 3-bet, but it's definitely strong enough to open.
$255 is the price, it looks like. Kamikaze. He's been pretty quiet since that first hand when he 3-bet with the ace king. Haven't really seen much of Kamikaze. Ace 10 goes straight into the dustbin, and now Sharon with the pocket fives in the hijack position versus an under the gun +1 raise from Roman Chocola, who's been pretty quiet. Roman, you would think Sharon would give him respect for this, but he decides to put in the 255 and try and hit a set. But Claudio has one of the fives that Sharon is looking to connect with. Claudio with ace 5. The problem calling here, Dara, of course, you're opening the door to someone like Ronnie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Making a squeeze, but he...
Yeah, we talked about this earlier when Tomovic folded sixes in a similar spot, and that was because of that. Now, luckily for both players, actually nobody behind had a hand that was good enough to squeeze with, so they are going to go to the flop.
Jack 6-6. Roman out of position here. Has none of this, but he has the lead because he's the pre-flop raiser. Sharon just flatted with the fives, and we're going to see a continuation from Roman, the Czech player.
Yeah, this is too safe a board for the fives to just fold to 1-bet, so he's going to call.
Decision time for Roman Chocola. That's Sharon you see in the center of your screen. That is Roman. Fire again. Possibly win the pot. End it. Or just give up. Wave the white flag and surrender. Well, this is a show of strength from Roman. He's coming out with a 650, 50% pot size bet. It looks like he's lining up.
Yeah, this is Roman recognizing that he doesn't have the best hand right now, but there's a lot of hands that Sharon can have, like the hand he actually has, that will fold to the second barrel. And even if you get called, you know, you can always hit your king or your queen on the river. You can be pretty sure that they're going to be good.
That is Roman Chocola from the Czech Republic. Just one Czech player making it to the final table. 3 Italians. We did lose Michael, who was the short stack at the start of play today. All these players now guaranteed 32,000. 10k pay difference between 8th and 7th place. Kamikaze, Jack 8. Now Sharon down to 2.2 million.
Musím se podívat, ale k 5 snad půjde.
Roman likes to keep his fans updated on all the hands he's playing. Claudio, 10-9 in the cutoff, folded around to the big blind. Tomovic just snap folds in the big blind. Average stack is 5 million. There's 40 million in play. One of the players here will need to accumulate every single chip in order to win that 215k plus the gold ring, of course. Not long left in this 120k level. See an empty space there. That belonged to Michael, who was busted just a couple of hands ago. 9th place for about 28k. This is the chip leader, Ronnie Lemens from the Netherlands. In the cutoff here with ace 7.
Zula has ace jack on the button. This is a hand you can go two ways with. You can obviously 3-bet it. You can also just flat. Against Ronnie, I mean, Ronnie has been pretty much the loosest player at the table so far. So you know you're going to be miles ahead of his opening range. Problem is Ronnie covers him, and they're both super deep. Fazula now has almost 70 blinds, and Ronnie has 80. So flatting is the more prudent play in this spot.
Fazula also with the advantage of position.
Yeah.
Ronnie first to speak.
Jsem přes 5 a teď byly blindy.
It's a problem for Ronnie here.
Yeah, he's hit his ace, but he's out of position, and we know Fazula is capable of just flatting a stronger ace, as he has done in this case. I think we're just going to see a call here from Fazula. That's a complete break. So Ronnie probably should put the brakes on now, but whether he will or not, we'll have to wait and see. The thing about this spot is if your ace is good, it requires very little protection, and it won't get 3 streets from a worse hand. But if you can very easily be behind, and then you're just in terrible shape. I think Fazula will call again.
Fazula obviously concerned about his kicker, but
yeah,
it's Ronnie with the problem. Ronnie with the kicker problem, Dara.
Yeah,
but he's going to shut
makes
down now for sure.
If Ronnie makes a big bet on the river, Fazula's going to have a very tough decision. But he showed willingness to make these tough decisions yesterday. Now, I mean, okay, there's 4 to a straight now, but it's difficult to imagine either player has a 4.
The only 4 that gets there is the ace-4, really.
The ace-4, yeah. Yeah, that's it, yeah. So Ronnie does wear the white flag, and not surprisingly, we get a snap check behind.
And Fazula, new chip leader, 9.6 million.
Yeah, that's a huge pot because it swings him into the chip lead, and he now covers Ronnie, the most aggressive player at the table, and has immediate position on him. Played that hand perfectly. He got the absolute maximum for his hand. If he'd 3-bet pre-flop, he almost certainly would have taken it down. If he'd raised at any point, Ronnie would have presumably folded.
We're still in the 60-120 blind level. Kamikaze under the gun. This is Sharon, who I believe is the short stack, 2.2 million. Claudio sitting on 4 million. Ace-10, he's going to open.
Unfortunately, we didn't have an interview with Fazula before the game started, but I would be very surprised if he's not a professional player. He just plays so well. Tomovic is going to open here with the ace jack. He's been quiet of late, but he has been guarded.
Yeah, I was just going to say he started off really strong, really aggressive. And it's interesting because on several occasions when Tomovic has opened, Chocolat has picked up really strong holding, and it's the same situation again. Ace queen on the button here for Chocolat.
Yeah, this could get messy for Tomovic now, because if he gets 3-bet against most players, you could possibly release ace jack in the cutoff to a 3-bet on the button. But Chocolat has 3-bet him so much and played it back against him so much, that's going to probably weigh into his mind here.
50.
Don't think we're going to see a snap fold this time.
3-bet me.
Yeah, he said you 3-bet me again.
Call jacks, call 3-bet.
How much is this?
I think all the options are in play here. As I said, you could fold against some players. It's going to be difficult in this spot for Tomovic to find the fold, given how often Chocola has 3-bet him. You can also just call and take it to the flop. And, you know, if you really think that the guy is at it, you could just shove and try and take it down pre-flop. But he's taken the middle option.
This is a very sizable pot. Ace would be a disaster. Both miss. Tomovic with a kicker problem here. Roman Chocola has the superior kicker and the benefit of position. 2 diamonds on board. No player with a diamond in their holding. It's hard to see Tomovic find a way to win this hand, Dara.
Yeah, it is for sure. And also, this is the board which really shouldn't have hit either player. So he can't necessarily just give up to 1 bet here. If he thinks his hand was good enough to play pre-flop, it probably is still good enough to play. You know, you can be ahead of worse aces, king, queen, etc. But yeah, no, that's a good solid fold there. He had no backdoors. I think that's kind of part of the decision there. And yeah, fair play to Tomovic for finding that fold.
So we're going to go on a short break. We will return in about 10 minutes. Do join us for the World Series of Poker Circuit main event final table. That's what we're watching. You can see the players listed there in the chip stacks. Zula, chip leader. Simone, the short stack. Back in about 10 minutes.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Yusef could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. Nice, going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming you 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Yusuf is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Yusuf. He's found a way to win this, and Yusuf just won't believe.
players on our feature table. Average stack, well, it's about 310k. 120 odd players remain. This is the Mayo man folding the 6-5 suited connectors. This is the short stack Minerva, just under 20 bigs with ace king suited.
Yeah, we saw him raise
Blind 6k.
off a short stack, and he's going to do the same again with ace king.
6 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass.
Ooh,
Well, dream scenario really.
Yeah.
The super aggro player Matteo, ace queen, he's going to look at the stack, do the maths and go, well, look, my biggest exposure is 100k, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go, let's put it in. And here is the 3-bet. Ace queen on the button.
Yeah,
and it's going to be priced in when Saskia 4-bets.
Yeah. Sometimes online players struggle with, because when you're playing online you can see exact stacks. But yeah,
I know, yeah, that's a huge difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I reckon Armad was doing there? I could be wrong. He just wants to show. He just wants to know the exact stack size of Saskia.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd ever any intention of getting involved, but just using the opportunity to get a chip count from one of the players in a great situation. I mean, it's the dream, isn't it? With the big slick getting it all in versus ace queen.
Yeah. Yeah, Matteo did nothing wrong there. His hand, he pretty much had to 3-bet it, and once he does, he has to call it off because of the price.
And king on the flop, which means it's end of story. Bar runner for a straight, it's all over.
Yeah.
I think, I'm sure I heard Armid going, I knew you were going to shove there.
Yeah, I heard that too, yeah. Oh, there's a
Queen.
small chance.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Small chance.
Well, running queens definitely would work also. And you can see Saskia, and that's just not right. That is just not right, I'm sorry.
That is brutal.
Wow. Thank you so much.
That is so horrible.
Oh, that's sick.
20 big blind, my friends.
So horrible for
20 big blinds, my friends, I think is what Matteo was saying.
Yeah.
Saskia's
I mean, he's right.
had a
It's
brutal one.
standard, but
I mean, Saskia's seen this before, there's no doubt. He's very experienced. And, I mean, stood very accomplished stud player, so he's seen a lot of funky stuff in his day. But that is a huge spot, really, isn't it? Getting close to the money.
yeah.
It's just the way it happened there, more than that.
And he's played.
Hey man, how's it going? Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Yeah, it's great to see all the guarantees being hit.
Yeah, and I mean, there was pretty decent guarantees there, even the mixed games, which don't tend to attract big numbers. All of these guarantees getting met, which is great. So we're looking at two big stacks. Cecil with the real hand here on the button. But Eric Nitro going to 3-bet with the King 9 just to try and establish his presence here. He's just arrived, and the Dutchman in the big blind roll just gets rid of his cards and lets the two big boys fight it out. Some kind of setup, but Eric Nitro 3-betting. I mean, he's going to get so many hands to fold, but Ace King is never folding here.
Yeah.
And we could see a 4-bet. It is a 4-bet there.
Yeah, it is a 4-bet.
Sizing is quite small.
Did it quite flamboyantly as well. Now, Eric really should just be folding unless he wants to get very adventurous and 5-bet.
Well, I mean, okay, maybe 5-bet is a consideration. What kind of sizing would be going? I mean, it's going to be.
You go absolutely tiny. Like basically, if you go tiny and represent aces or kings, you'll get quite a lot of folds. The problem is it's just so much of a stack now. I think the prudent thing here is just to wave the white flag.
Well, that's just sick. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff.
That is incredible.
I mean, what a statement. Eric Nitro, this is just, I mean, what a statement from the Italian who's just sat down. He's putting all his chips in with King 9 offsuit.
Yeah.
I'm Cecil. I mean, I'm not strong enough to make this call if I'm Cecil. I just go, okay, you got me. I'm not willing.
This might work though. Cecil really doesn't like this. He's basically been asked to put almost all his stack in.
It's not too dissimilar to the hand we've seen between the Dutch player Raul and Matteo earlier. And it's the second time we've seen Ace King fold a pre.
Wow, that is.
Well, I mean, this is just a license to kill now, isn't it, really?
Yeah. His hand is good enough to shove here if there was no ICM. Instead he's gone for the raise, which allows him to raise fold just near the bubble. Yeah, I quite like this play because most of the hands that will shove over his raise, he's going to be in bad shape against. And if just the big blind calls, he has a very nice hand, which plays well.
Welcome back to King's Resort. You're watching the live broadcast of the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. This is our feature table, and you can see the players just about to take their seats. We did have a casualty just before the break. Michael Buctoni, the Italian, busted out in 9th place. Michael did receive €17,369 plus that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat, which is valued at 10,350. All of these seats, of course, will be awarded to all of the remaining positions. I'm joined by my fellow countryman, one of the standout characters in the poker industry, poker author, commentator. What else, Dara, can I put in there to describe you?
What else do I do badly? Bad podcaster, bad player, bad coach.
Yeah, forgot the player part. I always seem to forget that part. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, we had a very exciting first session. A lot of interesting hands. Just the one bust out, which I guess we just didn't get too many cooler situations. It'll be interesting to see as the blinds escalate. I think we'll see things speed up a bit on that front.
Tomovic took a bit of a hit before the break. He started like really active and aggressive. Went to establish himself as the dominant force on the table. We know he is the most experienced, certainly live player on the table. There's no question about that. He started well, but then he just kept running into Roman, who always had the better hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. I mean, sometimes you see, somebody come out of the gates and be super aggressive and they just run over the table and you think, well, that's the way it always works out, but it doesn't always work out. I mean, sometimes you run into hands. But he's kept his discipline. He's still in reasonable shape. He's mid-pack now, but he's not short. I was interested to see on the graphic there that he still has 40 big blinds. He's in a different spot now where, he just kind of has to accept, but he looked, as the description you use, Granite, looks to be absolutely perfect for him. He just doesn't get upset, doesn't get phased. He just keeps playing his game. In fact, as we see straight away, he's going to open the Queen 9 suited here.
5 raise. 350. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
So Shade has a spot here. Without ICM, this would be a slam dunk defend. I think even with ICM, it's going to be a defend. You don't love it though because you have a pretty bad unsuited hand out of position.
Heads up to the floor.
And Tomovic outflops him. We've seen Tomovic in this spot before. His usual play is to just pretty much bet very small.
5 bet. 325.
325, which is about 35% of the pot.
Yeah.
And Sharon can't do anything here with the King 9 offsuit.
No, he had some backdoor straights and flushes, but he's just too shallow, and that's one of the reasons why when you're this shallow, you kind of just have to defend tighter, because even when you flop equity, you're just not going to be able to continue.
Eight players remain. This is a new blind level. It's 160 big blind. This is Ronnie, who's second in chips, and Faizula is the chip leader. This is Tomovic. Folds the Queen 10, which is Reasonable. This is Roman Chocolat, 5.8 million, king 4 offsuit.
6 pass. 7 pass.
Simone is short, he folds, and Kamikaze, it's not been happening for him, Dara.
No, he's been getting a lot of these sort of marginally hands, and he's been playing pretty cautiously with them, which means which is often a recipe just for losing a lot of small pots, which essentially is what's happened. He's just kind of drifted back. Ace-9 on the button is definitely going to be good enough to open. You can make an argument for just shoving here because he only has 18 big blinds now. He doesn't necessarily want to raise call. We saw early on he basically raised. Wow, that's very, very tight.
That's not really, I mean, that's not the way forward, really, is it?
No.
Folding
No.
the button,
Against
Ace-9.
button, I cannot.
That's the one option I really didn't consider.
It's 3 times with 3 bet.
Yeah, I was about to say, we saw him early on, he raised Ace-9 from the small blind, got shoved on, and ended up having to fold it as well. Sometimes players are understandably, they want to play a bit cautious, but if you play too cautious, you can just end up leaking lots of chips and just withering away.
And as you pointed out, 18 big blinds. He is the second shortest, I believe. It is an hour clock, so plenty of play. It's decent structure, very decent structure. Hour throughout. 40 million chips in play. This is Roman Chocolat, 5.8 million. He snap folds, and Simone down to 2 million. You do get the feeling though Simone will be up for the task. If he sees any spots, he'll seize them.
Yeah, we know Simone is a professional, so he's going to know all the ranges in his spot. He's going to know how much ICM affects his decisions. I get the feeling Kamikaze is basically looking at him, waiting for him to bust before he does anything. But that can be a dangerous proposition. If Simone is waiting for a good spot to look and try to get the double up, and you also don't want to be just blinding down while the other guy is waiting for that spot.
It's interesting, seats 7, 8 and 1, which are all side by side, are the 3 short stacks. This is one of them here now, Sharon, who's moved in on the button, which is pretty much compulsory.
Yeah,
given the situation. I mean, 400,000 out there, Dara. It's like 20% added to a stack.
Yeah. Yeah, and the reason he shoved there rather than raise and try to induce somebody else to shove over him is because of the ICM. He's one of the 3 short stacks, so all of those guys would really like 1 or 2 of the others to bust before they do. So he just wants to get the chips in first. Mostly, he just wants to win the 400k, which, as you said, it's a huge win when you're that short.
Now, Tomovic, just a little too early to be opening here with the Ace-9.
Yeah.
He folds, and now King 5 for Chocolat under the gun +1. Now these are the short stacks. Simone on 2 million, and then we have Kamikaze, who's sitting on 2.8 million, and then Sharon 2.1 million.
Can go 2 ways with this hand. Oh no, sorry, he's cut off. I thought he was small blind. Yeah, no, that's just a fold.
To raise 325.
Now this is wide. However, it is a button raise.
Yeah.
And he is suited, so you can see the incentive for Claudio to raise the pot here. He can take down that 400k. If he does get called, he does have the benefit of position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's only raised 325 and he wins 400 if everybody folds. If he gets called, he has a hand which plays fine in position. If he gets raised, he has a hand he can just throw away. I think Fazula is counting out raising chips.
4-8. 860.
Incredible play here for, I mean, pretty much the last 2 days this guy is, I mean, he's really shined. And we said earlier, Dara, he's completely unknown. He's just come out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been so impressed by this guy. I'm convinced he must be a professional player, and that was a very good spot for him to 3-bet because Claudio is comfortable. He has a comfortable stack. There are 3 short stacks on the table, so Claudio really doesn't want to tangle with him while he has 3 guys sitting with half his stack.
They saw the hand?
In the blinds
What did you fold?
is Tomovic big blind,
Yeah, what did you fold?
and the chip leader Fazula in the small blind under the gun Roman, who snap folds, and now action with Simone, who's going to be posting big blind ante in a couple of hands, which will increase the pressure.
One pass. To raise 325. Three pass.
Zula's thinking about a 3-bet again here.
Four call.
It would have worked.
It would have worked, yeah, unless Claudio had a rush of blood to the head and shoved the king jack. I think the reason why he called there is he thought he was going to get less credit for the second 3-bet in a row.
Action with Tomovic, who's getting a decent price with the Jack 10.
Yeah.
1.1 million in the pot. This is Fazula, who's first to act. Everyone has missed this.
5.
Yeah, I don't think this is a board you want to 3-bet. Want to see bet 3-way. Now, big turn for Fazula. He picks up top pair and a flush draw. On the flop, the flop mostly favored the big blinds range because he has more low cards, but the ace favors both Fazula in the small blind and Claudio the opener. So Fazula is going to lead at it.
425,000.
Tomovic will make a quick fold of his nothing, and I think Claudio will. Yeah, Claudio is in the muck as well. The reason why Fazula led that board is that it was a very, very scary board. There were a lot of bad river cards, a lot of draws out there. He didn't want it to check around.
Stacking chips on the button is the chip leader, Fazula, posting small blind, Tomovic. Chocolate big blind, and under the gun the short stack Simone, Kamikaze, Queen Jack, and now Sharon, who's playing 2.1 million. He's just got to fold the 10-9 off, and Claudio is thinking about opening again with these suited connectors. It's not going well. He's having difficulty with Fazula, who's coming over the top of his raises.
Yeah, I think given the table situation, this is just a fold, even though it's a very pretty hand. He is just getting 3-bet quite a bit now, and Fazula is also willing to call and play against him post flop. So even though this would normally be an open, I think in this spot he might be better off just letting it go.
Go raise. 320.
Ronnie Lemens folds and
3 pass.
Fazula,
4 pass.
well, he decides to get rid of the king 9. Roman Chocolate in the big blind with ace 6 will consider his options and more than likely put in the additional 160. Four to 1 on his money.
Go.
Yeah, flicks out the call, which is the standard play here.
That's to the four.
Action flop.
6 check.
Roman checks. You'd expect him to check all his hands on this board. Right. Claudia has the flush draw, so he's going to take a stab at this. Also represent the ace. Proportionally speaking, he has more aces in his range than Roman does. As we can see, though, Roman actually has the ace, so he's not going anywhere.
High volume of clubs folded pre. So just 4 clubs left in the deck. It's a pair, so he picks up a trip draw that could work. His 2 pair won't work.
Yeah, he might check behind now because he has showdown and he has a draw as well. He's pulled ahead of stuff like 6s and 7s.
Not a great card for him.
No.
This ace makes it less likely Roman has an ace in his holdings, but then again, he has a lot of trees given that he defended in the big blind, so I think Claudio will get away from this. Depending on the sizing, of course. Huge pot, 1.5 million out there. He bets 33%, 500k.
Yeah,
Roman
this might get
interested.
called. This might get called. You're ahead of stuff like 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s that might be blocker betting. It's a tough spot, but he does let it go.
Roman is 3rd in chips now.
No.
We're 8-handed.
This yours? Just blind.
Tomovic on the button. Real interesting situation. 3 short stacks now. Posting big blind under the gun and under the gun +1. That's Kamikaze playing about 2.5 million. Well, actually, it's 2.8. And now Sharon with 2.1 million.
Yeah, as you said, the 3 short stacks are on one side of the table and the big stacks are on the other. There's a danger the table might actually tilt over with all the chips on one side, but it really makes for an interesting dynamic because the big stacks are opening into the short stacks as well. So that's forcing them to play just a little bit tighter, given that the short stacks would be looking for spots to reshove and try and get the double up. And then when it comes around to the short stacks themselves, they're sort of all looking at each other, hoping one or two of the other guys busts before they have to make their move. think Roman should probably just shove here. Yeah. Yeah, he's gone all in. This is because of Simone's stack. Simone has just over 10 big blinds, but he has a pair, so he's going to make the call.
You cannot get any closer than this.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's literally 50-50, yeah.
Small pair versus 2 overs. 2 overs are connected and suited.
5-5 da
Simone has a 5 of clubs, which
pila gioco.
reduces
Pila gioco.
Roman's outs. Roman has to hit, but a lot of boards can help him. There's also the danger, of course, of the counterfeit, which is a reality with these small pairs, but I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. Jack 10, 4, 2 clubs.
Hearts. 5 hearts.
Huge.
Oh my God.
And there's
Yeah.
a 5 in the dustbin. Simone on the rail. 1 out. Simone, Andrian. All in for his tournament life. And Chocola has him absolutely crushed. It holds. Chocola celebrates, and Simone, Andrian is eliminated.
Yeah, celebration there from Roman. You can see how thrilled he is, and he clearly has local support. Unlucky for Simone, he didn't do anything wrong on the final table. It just wasn't his day, and we've lost our second Italian.
No? Okay. Just
10k flip, minimum 10k. And Roman now goes ahead of Ronnie Lemens, and he's into second place. The Czech player playing 8.5 million stack. Average stack is approximately 6 million. This is Claudio. Seven-handed, just lost Simone. Busted out. It'd be great to get an interview with him, Dara.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah. He is the one guy we know on the table who's a professional, so it'll be interesting to see what he makes of the final table and how it went.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're going to see Tomovic 3-bet with Ace King. Claudio's been opening, I mean, way more frequently than any other player. Don't blame him with a suited ace, but this is the player with the real hand, Alexander Tomovic from Serbia. Sizable 3-bet, 1.1 million, and that's end of hand you would expect, but Claudio's taking his time, but can't see him doing anything other than fold this ace deuce.
Yeah.
Too often you run into a bigger ace.
Indeed. He's been getting 3-bet quite a bit, and that's, I mean, he's opening too wide. That's the bottom line. And because of that, he might think the others are picking on him now. But yeah, this should just be in the bin.
Is he thinking about coming back over the top?
Yeah, it's the right kind of hand to do it with if you're going to do it light. These low suited aces, but I think he definitely considered it. But then, while he's been getting 3-bet quite a bit, Tomovic is not one of the players who's been 3-betting him much. So, yeah, I think it was more prudent to just let it go. If Fazula had 3-bet him, we might have seen a different outcome.
Can never be happy
So
when
it looks
you
like we're
finish
going to an
eighth,
interview.
but, yeah, it's okay. It's how poker goes. Yeah, I lost a flip, so yeah, nothing to complain about it. I think right now is for sure the best place to play poker in Europe, and it's very poker-wise, and I like the style. And yeah, for sure I will be back. I don't know where, but when, but for sure I will be back at Kings to play again. I think I will be back to my home, study a little bit of the game and play online, and then for sure I will be at the EPT Prague in March, and yeah, we'll see. I was 12 big blinds stack and the small blind jam. I'm big blind with fives and yeah, all standard, and yeah, I lost the flip, but yeah, pretty standard.
Remarkable character, Simone.
Yeah, yeah, took it in his stride there. He you know, he's a professional. He knows that's just how it happens some days. Sometimes it's not your day. You drift back, you have a spot you have to take, and you find yourself in a flip and you lose the flip.
Now this is very dodgy. Fazula just flatted the original, looking for action. Fazula, well, I guess Ronnie is the other big stack on the table, so he's just
Yeah.
keeping the control under the size of the pot. But Tomovic was tempted.
He was, yeah.
Now it's not good for Ronnie because there's a bunch of aces. One of them folded, and now Sharon with the ace of hearts. So Ronnie with very little equity in this hand. He is out of position. I like this flat tower from Fazula.
I do, yeah. Fazula's going to do a lot of flatting and positioning against Ronnie. Ronnie's the kind of guy he tends to just keep firing on flops. So when you have this type of hand, which can be a very good bluff catcher post flop, it's going to be even more profitable against Ronnie than against a lot of players. You can see that Ronnie is just going to fire out the C bet here, and Fazula has an interesting spot now because he's going to be pretty sure his hand is good, but he might think that maybe Ronnie has a, you know, nines, tens, jacks that he's willing to go with here if he raises. But yeah, he sticks to the game plan of just calling Ronnie down because Ronnie tends to over bluff in these spots.
Well, that's just remarkable how this ace of spades has come off.
Case ace.
All the aces out there. Ronnie connects. Now, Fazula is considering all options, of course. I think raising has gone out of the equation now. But this ace, I mean, Ronnie's always going to be repping this type of card, isn't he, Dara?
He is 100%, yeah. You can't just fold here because the aces come, particularly against Ronnie. The last time these two guys played played in this sort of spot, Ronnie fired flop and turn and then checked the river. So that kind of gives you a stronger incentive to just call too and hope he checks the river.
Fazula goes behind, and that is outstanding.
That's incredible. That's really strong. I wonder if he has some sort of physical read on Ronnie. One thing that I did notice is the last time when Ronnie bet flop and turn, he bet very, very quickly. That time he was slower on the turn, like he was considering whether he should bet or not. Maybe that factored into Fazula's decision.
Interesting hand. And that brings Ronnie back up to the top of the chip count chart, 9.3 million. Very close, Ronnie and Fazula, both sitting on around 9 million. Average is approximately 6 million. Just under. Well, Fazula's still sitting on 10 million, so he still has the chip advantage. Tomovic with the nut low folding, and this is Roman Chocola, who's up to 8.5 million. Very close to the big stacks.
Yeah,
These
Roman
two
has been
short
opening these type,
stacks.
Roman has been opening these type of hands, but he's got the message now that he's getting 3-bet too much. So he's gone back into his box a bit.
So 20 big blinds for Sharon, small blind, versus Claudio in the big blind.
This is pretty much the bottom of the limping range. You're probably just going to fold stuff like Jack Deuce, but Jack 5 is just about strong enough to limp. It's all in.
1,600,000.
Claudio has basically pounced on the limp.
How much you play behind? 1,660. Pass, one pass.
Flashes a jack. Sharon will think, well, there's no way my kicker was stronger than his. But in fact it was.
Yeah.
Claudio exploiting that limp from Sharon. And Sharon now the shortest stack on the table on the button here. Under the gun is the chip leader Fazula, and he looks down at ace-9 suited. We're seven-handed. Blinds 8160. Fazula's going to open.
4 ace, 375.
This strategy that Fazula employed, Dara, just absolutely completely locking up for the first hour, not getting involved whatsoever, just sussing out the temperature, so to speak.
Yeah, he had a very bad... Sorry.
Well, go ahead. Yeah, just saying he's
Yeah, no, I
like,
was just going to say...
didn't play a hand for an hour.
He had a very bad seat for the first hour because he had Tomovic who had lots of chips to his immediate left, but things worked out for him because Tomovic lost a few pots and drifted back, and to the point where Fazula covered him, and that allowed him to then open up his game more. And that's an important lesson of tournament poker. Like, if you have a bad seat, you just kind of have to accept it and adjust to that. And it can change, as it did for Fazula today. And now that it has changed, he's very much taken advantage of that.
Seven remain. Center your screen, Fazula stacking chips, 11 million. Short stack, very right hand side of your screen is Kamikaze in the orange top. It's seed 8, and on the left, Sharon. These are the short stacks. Tomovic is still pretty deep, close to average. So solid, this guy. Really good temperament. This is Roman Chocola, who's worked his way up to 8.5 million, and now Kamikaze, who, for me, Dara, has to get involved, has to start generating something soon.
Yeah, he's been far too tight in the early going. It looks like a classic case of a guy who sort of looked at the prizes and maybe set a target of 5th or 6th and thought, well, I want to get to there, and then I'll play. The problem with that strategy is you can't guarantee you're going to come 5th or 6th, and a lot of the time you'll just drift back, as he has done.
Interesting spot. I think Ronnie would have a closer decision if he's in the big blind. I think he might give this one up. It's a 10 big blind shove. Of course, these small pairs, you always want to get your money in first into the pot. Calling, never ideal. You're never in great shape.
Yeah.
I'm surprised if Ronnie calls here, given that.
Yeah, we saw him win a huge pot yesterday. We saw him win a huge pot yesterday on the final table bubble with pocket 2s. So he's not afraid to get involved with these small pairs. But yeah, this is.
I'm amazed at that. I really
I know
am.
what he's
Well,
running
this
into.
is one of the disbenefits of
Look.
it.
Oh my goodness! Look what he's running
He's going to
into.
get seriously punished. Now, this is, I mean, you just want to be steel if you were just going to flat here with the Kings, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
But
yeah. He's
too
decided to
too
just
risky.
move all in. He doesn't want
Isolate.
to risk.
Fives.
Yeah, and
Vijf,
Ronnie
hè?
tells him he folded
Perfect,
fives.
hè, zo.
The main reason he shoved
I
there is
don't
he
like
didn't want to
that.
play against an
Yeah.
ace.
Koning, hè, ja.
He didn't want to give an
I
ace
think
a
that's
free shot.
yeah. First mistake, in my opinion, Dara, from Ronnie we've seen. I think he could have
Yeah.
just let go of the fives.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
back to the situation now. The reality for
5-5.
Sharon Sade is he's absolutely crushed here. All in against the chip leader. Chip leader's woken up with kings.
Kings, but against King 10. Yeah.
We did see a queen jack. So his straight options limited.
Looking good.
Ace
he's drawing very
9,
thin.
2 diamonds. The
Good game,
mathematician from Israel leaves the arena. He knows he's got no outs.
Yeah, he was losing either
Tomovich.
way. He would have lost to the fives as well.
What?
Not sure what the conversation between Fazula and Tomovich is. I think Tomovich is just saying you just run so pure.
Very tough. I had a lot of very tough spots. I passed them, but I reached to the final table with a short stack. So my expectation were not high. I did what I can. I waited until I had a good hand from the good position. 12 blinds. But the big blinds had the big blind and the king. So for me it's very good. This is the highest position that I reach in any tournament. I had in the money in the last few months here in Rozvadov, in EPM and also WSOPC circuit. And hopefully I will get better for next tournament. My next time is EPT in Prague. Yeah, I want to play the EPT. The buy-in is very high, but now I have some bankroll to pay.
Chacola, ace 10 suited, under the gun. We're now 6-handed, I believe, Dara. Is that right?
We've lost
Yeah,
two,
Michael
right?
was busted.
7-handed.
Michael. No, Michael Simone.
Oh, Mike.
and
Oh, you're right.
Sharon.
Yeah, I forgot Simone. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. We're 600. Yeah. Yeah, second bust out this session. Yeah, Tomovich was trying to decide whether that was a defend or not. It would have been a defend earlier in the tournament with no ICM, but with ICM, the really bad ace is just going to be in horrible shape a lot of the time. And you can just leak chips, so he decided to fold. It's a great spot now for Fazula because he's moved into such a commanding
Good you
chip
didn't
lead.
show.
What?
Good that you didn't show.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah. But you behind me.
He got a 1.5 million bonus from the Dutchman in that earlier hand when he busted out Sharon Sade. Brings his stack up to 14 million. Kamikaze now very short. He's under the gun here, Kamikaze. You see him on the right hand side. There in the center of your screen, right of the dealer, under the gun. 2.4 million. This is Claudio, 2.8 million. Ronnie in third place. And now Tomovic, who's been battling both Fazula and this gentleman you see on the right hand side, which is Chocola. And he's going to go to war again, I think. Small blind, he's not going to give up 7-5 suited. What's the play here, Dara? Limp?
Limp is the
Or
standard
raise?
play here. Yeah. Yeah, you want to play a lot of hands in the small blind, and you want to limp most of them as a result. It can
Well-
depend on the big blind. If you think the big blind isn't going to 3-bet you very much, or he's going to fold too much, you can start raising more. And this is obviously this is almost certainly going to work, given that Roman just has the 6-3.
Tomovic scoops the big blind and the big blind ante, so 320k profit. Put in position, and now the shortest stack on the table posting big blind and that big blind ante. So just about 11 bigs behind, I believe, for Kamikaze.
Yeah, he really has drifted back.
Now, nice sight to see. You look down at ace, then you see a king suited. 160k is the big blind. He's counting his chips. Can't rip. Needs to get value for these premiums. Surely minimum raise is the way to go with all of these uber aggressive players to act after him.
Yeah,
How often
particularly
has
because he's suited, but he has moved all in. Yeah, he's done this because of the ICM.
yeah.
Is Ronnie going to call again with another small pair?
Well, I mean, this would be even more off script if Ronnie does call, but he loves these pairs.
Yeah,
But
he's
he
in the middle of
does
nowhere though.
Fold,
Yeah.
yeah, correctly.
I guess that's one of the advantages of the rip. You do just fold out hands like that you're flipping against that can flat if you raise. Kamikaze is not going to do anything with Jack Deuce, obviously.
Well, about 13 bigs behind for Kamikaze, but given that, like, I mean, players on his left, not so much Ronnie, but Fazula and Alexander Tomovic were, coming over the top of his opens. You would have thought it was a nice spot to min raise and try and induce action.
Yeah, I agree. And I think he's the second shortest stack now as well. So it's not as if he has massive ICM. He should be kind of looking for a double up to try and get back into it.
Of course, easier said than done, Dara.
Indeed,
I mean, you
yeah.
just want to just take down the blinds and antes,
Yeah.
add a little to your stack.
Now we have an interesting
Now,
spot. Sula has a nice hand.
Ronnie with the ace-9. Flat call. Tomovic snap folds to 10-4 and action moves on to Roman. He folds. Now the short stack. King Deuce not happening for Kamikaze. Down to 2 million, but Claudio's going to be involved here.
Yeah. There's 1.1 million out there. I think Claudio will just stick it all in.
I don't mind this, Dara.
Yeah.
putting it all in, I'll be honest.
Yeah, just win the 1.1 million that's out there.
You can fold out a few hands you're flipping against, like the king queen,
Yeah.
ace queens,
Yeah.
and there's enough 1.1 million. It's okay for a day's work.
Yeah.
It'll bring him up to about 4 million. Gives him that little bit of breathing space. 25 bigs. That's what's going to happen. He's going to rip. Ronnie's going to snap fold, and
He has moved all in.
Fazula is going to give it up also.
Yeah. Can't imagine Ronnie's seriously considering calling here.
World Series gold ring. Beautiful bit of jewellery. Someone has taken the cash off the table there.
That would be, yeah. Maybe they advertised it too much.
Michael stuffing his pockets with the 10k bricks.
Yeah.
On his way up to the cage to collect the rest of the payout. I don't think so. Now, Fazula folds. This is Tomovic, his turn to play the jacks. Hijack position. 5.6 million stack. Looks at the clock. You just get the feel he knows exactly what's going on there.
Yeah, he knows all his ranges. He seems to read the table very well. And he definitely plays the long game.
He's sized up here, it looks like, with the jacks. Well, no, 3.75 is perfectly reasonable. But Claudio in the small blind with the ace-9 and Ronnie with 10 deuce. He's not going to get any action.
No.
Can't see Ronnie defending here. Ronnie's gone from 10 million to 6.8, which is, I believe, about average.
Yeah. And he has the worst seat in the house now with Fazula to his immediate left. Wow, Ronnie's made this call. See?
He's so sticky, Ronnie.
He really is. I wonder when he's folding if
10
he's
high is going to be a problem. Well, he's hit a piece of it. And obviously the ace is of concern to Tomovic.
And his kicker is horrendous. But
I'm really surprised how wide he defended here.
Yeah, this is far too wide. You're just going to leak a lot of chips with these kind of defends.
Tomovic continues 325, which is I mean, you called it, Dara. His sizing is the same every single time.
Yeah. Which means
Third of the pot.
He uses this size whether he has it or not, so you just can't get any read based on his sizing.
From his bet size, and you can't read exactly.
Yeah.
Now, what is going on with Ronnie? He's going to raise, check raise.
That's...
And
okay, so he doesn't...
It's not out of the question for Tomovic.
This could definitely work.
Tomovic is hating this.
Yeah.
Does have the jack of spades. This is horrible for Tomovic. Got to check back with the overcard there, but he just wanted to end it.
It's a big raise as well, so it's a lot of Tomovic's stack he has to put in to call. He has some backdoors going on with the king queen and the spades, but this is a tough spot now.
it just screams of strength from Ronnie, doesn't it?
Does, yeah. It looks like he's got the ace, or he has somewhere to pair.
Tomovic, considering his options. Difficult to continue, Dara.
It's very
I think I
difficult. You're
just-
not so much worried about this
yeah.
bet, but you're worried that the bet on the turn is always coming. But he's certainly considering the call.
Ronnie going through the mixer. He's just looking for a fold.
Yeah.
He was hoping for a fast fold. And he eventually gets the fold.
He actually gets it, yeah. I
Really
think-
decent pot.
Yeah, Tomovic just couldn't really continue there because of the situation, even though he clearly suspected that Ronnie was up to something.
Now we're going to play the lookalike game, Dara. Ronnie Lemons, who does he remind you of?
I'm really
Art
bad at this
Garfunkel?
game. Art Garfunkel. That's yeah, young Art Garfunkel.
Tomovic, not too pleased.
No.
Can't do anything. I mean, what can he do in that spot?
No,
Except
he
just-
he was being asked to put in almost 1,000,000 chips, just praying that his hand was somehow good and that his opponent would shut down against an opponent who doesn't really show much inclination to shut down. So he just decided, okay, I'll fold and live to fight another day.
Now, small blind. Ronnie Lemons with the 4-3 off versus Fazula. Ronnie limps. Fazula with the 7-6. So we're going to see a flop between the two biggest stacks on the table.
Yeah. It's an action flop.
Well, it's pretty much the most action flop you could ask for. Both have flopped a straight draw and a pair.
Ronnie tends to bet far more in these spots than most players, so I'm not surprised to see him come out betting. Fazula has a fairly easy call. His pair is going to be good most of the time, and if it's not, he has a draw to go with it. Now he's got a double gutter. I wonder what Ronnie does here now with bottom pair gut shot. He has a very, very strong tendency of betting flop and betting turn. He tends not to stop betting once he has the betting lead. I mean, Fazula's not folding here. His pair is usually still good, and he has a double gutter.
$1.8 million in the pot.
Yeah.
Ronnie.
Now, does Ronnie want to fire the third shell?
Well, that's the kind of card he could do it with. He shuts down.
Yeah.
Snap.
No, he
check
has a
back.
really
One.
he has a really, really strong tendency to just bet flop, bet turn, and then give up on river. And again, Fazula played that perfectly. He got the maximum value for his hand.
Kamikaze down to 12 bigs, 2 million. And coming towards the end of this 80k 160 blind level. Just 5 minutes or so left. Then the new level will be the 100k, 200k. Tomovic in the big blind, who got mugged by Ronnie, but Ronnie gave it all to Fazula. All the chips going to Fazula's stack. Kamikaze has to do something. Claudio will do something here with the Jack 10 and the cutoff.
Claudio's been getting peppered with these 3 bets, and Ronnie's gone for it again with the ace. Claudio has to be getting a bit frustrated now. I think all the options are in play here. He can obviously just fold and give it up. He can probably just about flat. It's a hand that plays very well post flop. Or he can also think that Ronnie's just 3-betting too much and stick it in.
Okay.
No better.
Six players on our final table. Right hand side is Kamikaze, the short stack. You see Kamikaze here, center screen, 2 million, 8 deuce. It's not going to work for him. Claudio with the Queen Jack. Now he's opening these hands, but
yeah,
he's getting 3-bet so often he's just decided to give it up. But Ronnie's going to open. $350 with the ace jack snap fold on the button from Fazula. Now Tomovic in the small blind with the king 5. You can see Tomovic is understanding what's going on, Dara. Ronnie is He's getting way out of line way too often, but he does have it on this occasion.
He does, yeah. But
Tomovic doesn't have a hand.
Yeah, you could see Tomovic was definitely thinking something. I think if he'd looked down at something like King 6 suited or King 7 suited there, he might have tried the 3-bet, thinking, well, Ronnie's just playing far too many hands. King 5 off suit is just too doesn't have anything going for it.
Ronnie creating all the action. Second in chips along with Roman, who you see in the white top there on the right hand side. Chip leader directly opposite the dealer in the white face mask. And this gentleman you see in the right in the orange top, that's Kamikaze, who's just about to post. Big blind ante now. The dealer is saying the blinds are up. And I think Kamikaze was trying to get in for the cheap blind on the last level. But these dealers way too smart for that.
Yeah, with the big blind ante, it's huge when you're short, because it's not just the blind you have to post, but also the same amount as the ante.
Absolutely, it's costing Kamikaze an extra 80,000.
Yeah.
So 200k. Ronnie on 40 bigs. Ace 3. He's just not afraid to get involved, Ronnie. He's looking to
all you can eat.
open here again. I mean, all the activity really is coming from this seat.
Yeah.
And Tomovic with 8-6 off folds. This is Roman in the small blind position. 8.1 million. Nothing he can do with Jack 4. Now, interesting here. Kamikaze.
Oh dear. 7-3.
Couldn't be much worse. Can't defend here, Dara, can you? Any
Not
argument
really,
for price?
No, you're
200 with 900k out there. Not
Yeah, you
given
can
the stack size.
Yeah, you could defend very wide because, but that's just that hand flops so badly.
So
Too short to
new
stack
blind
on the
level,
blinds now.
100. Yeah, small blind Kamikaze, big blind Claudio, 100k, 200k, and then the big blind ante. So 500, 500,000 out there, which is, I mean, it's a huge proportion of anyone's stack, particularly the shorties, of course.
Fazula has a hand here that he can open and he can call if certainly if Kamikaze shoves he can call. It's a bit closer if Claudio shoves. I think Claudio's going to defend as well. No, he decides to let it go. I guess he's basically now waiting for Kamikaze to bust.
So Claudio getting massive price there, but as you say, bit of a waiting game now between him and Kamikaze. Open ender for Roman. Fazula out of position. Small pair, it's just not nice, is it?
Yeah. There's a big difference between Ronnie and Fazula in these spots. You're supposed to really check a lot when you're out of position in these spots. Ronnie tends to always fire, but Fazula tends to check. almost all of his hands. Now Roman has to decide whether... Roman decided not to bet the flop with his open-ender. If Fazula checks
So
again...
definitely yeah.
Yeah, he might bet again.
Well, this is an opportunity, surely, for Fazula to take it down. 2 pair can be good.
Yeah. Just go check, check. He gets counterfeited on the river. He might turn his hand into a bluff now. Now that he's been counterfeited. He checked the turn because he had showdown, and he reckoned he wasn't going to get too many better hands to fold. But now he basically knows he's been counterfeited. But also because Roman checked twice, his range is pretty weak. He might just throw out a small bet here, representing that he's blocker betting a jack or something like that. But he decides to check. The big problem he had is that he doesn't really represent anything with the bet on the end, because most of his hands would have bet earlier. Roman is
Queen high,
very pleased.
wins the pot.
Yeah.
Queen 10. Pětky. Von pětky. Přepárovat. A přesně jsem si to říkal, buď má ESO, nebo má slabý pád, že to asi koun. A víš, že bych se kroutil, no. Já vím.
Kamikaze folded Jack 7 suited on the button there. I think he should have just stuck it in, given how short he is now.
First to bet, Derek will win this.
Yeah. King high board favors the limper because a lot of Ronnie's kings would have raised the limp. And yeah, we saw Kamikaze fold Jack 7 suited on the button there, and he really should have shoved that hand, and I'm pretty sure he would have got through.
100% I would have. We've seen him fold his ace 9 on the button also.
Yeah, and he's not even getting that many spots.
No, he's not. But I guess he's like, the table is pretty action packed, so he's thinking he can go up another spot by just hanging in there. That something will kick off. But I don't think it's likely. I mean,
no.
Tomovic, no. Roman, you know, the chip leader, Fazula, they're just way too, and Ronnie is active, yes, but he's not going to go bust you know, with Kamikaze just sitting on a few blinds unless it's some kind of setup.
Yeah, the big stacks are all pretty deep against each other, so and nobody's playing crazy post flop, so it's not all that likely that one of them is going to bust unless there's a complete cooler. The other aspect of the fact that they're playing so much is he's actually not getting it folded around to him very much. So when it is folded around to him, he really has to take those spots.
Now, another interesting situation here. Fazula always has it, always seemed to have it against Ronnie. And he's been just flatting him every time, letting Ronnie fire off. And he's doing the same here again, completely under repping the strength of his hand. There's no prizes for guessing what's going to happen on the flop, Dara.
You think Ronnie's going to check here?
Well, funny enough, it's 2 jacks out there, but I mean, he's just 100%
no, he never checks.
continuation.
Yeah. If this was online and you'd be looking at your heads up display going, oh yeah, see about 100%. I mean,
obviously Fazula is not in love with the situation.
Yeah.
And you can see him just shake his head. Wow.
He's like, yeah, he's going to wait for a better spot.
I guess we're just after seeing one of the disbenefits of like just, you know, flatting every raise from your opponent. I mean, there's numerous benefits given you have position and that's the other big stack you're against and the ICM, etc., etc. But we just seen one of the disbenefits of playing passive there. You're going to get, sometimes you're just going to get blown off when you should be winning the hand.
Yeah. I think what happens a lot in these spots is the more aggressive player will win lots and lots of small pots, but then he'll tend to lose the really big pots. And I think Fazula's read on Ronnie is that when he bets the flop, he always bets the turn. So when he's facing a bet on the flop, he knows the turn bet is coming. So when he looks down at his hand, he's asking himself the question, am I happy enough to call the turn bet? For example, in the hand where he had 7-6 on 7-5-3, he called thinking, well, yeah, I'm going to call the turn bet because I'm still going to have top pair or second pair and a gut shot. But when he looks at the King-Jack-Jack board and he only has pocket tens, he's thinking, no, I don't want to call the second bet. Because if I'm behind, I'm almost dead. And even if I'm ahead, there's lots of ways I can lose the hand. So I think his strategy is just going to be to do a lot of flatting and only to call in spots where he's happy to call at least 2 bets.
Good synopsis, Dara. What's going to happen here with Kamikaze? He's got to put it in.
He can't possibly.
There's $500,000 out there. It's like 33% of his stack is in there in the middle, just waiting. I'm just perplexed. It's too tight. It's just too tight. But I understand the thinking though, Dara. I genuinely do. He's like, there's a massive difference between 6th and 5th. It's like 12K in the difference.
Yeah.
And you know, he's watching Ronnie, you know, like, you know, check raising Tomovic and, you know, raising the chip leader and barreling away on every street and 3-betting Claudio. So he's probably thinking, okay, it's not out of the question for someone to bust. But I think like Ronnie knows exactly what's going on. He's trying to get the chip lead. He's using aggression, but there is the handbrake there. Like he's not absolutely off the charts, like, you know.
Yeah.
Same hand last time, so I fold last time, I fold this time too.
Kamikaze is A7. I mean, he's going to be in the blind next hand.
Exactly.
You have to go with your hand here. Like,
so I said, okay, if I fold last time, I fold this time too.
You're gonna be putting in 400,000 next hand.
But it's 2 different decks, you know. But it's exactly the same.
The other player that's really
Yeah.
unhappy about this is terrible for Claudio, because the more Kamikaze allows himself to blind down, the tighter he has to play. We saw he folded
Okay.
Queen 9 suited in the big blind. That was all about the fact that Kamikaze is so much shorter. But if Kamikaze continues to blind down, then Claudio is blinding down with him as well.
Yeah, really good point. The problem for Kamikaze when he posts big blind and the big blind ante, which is a big percentage of his stack, when he does eventually move in, like he's going to get called. I mean, and he's going to get called, you know, light. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
Yeah, he's lost fold equity because he's allowed himself to go down so short.
Tomovic, comfortable continuation here from Tomovic, who recognizes the texture of the board, given that he limped in the small blind. Check back from the big blind. Tomovic taking down blind versus blind pot, and that is the Serbian grinder, highly experienced tournament cash game player, no limit specialist. On the button here, small blind Roman, big blind it's Kamikaze, and we might see it go in here. 7 bigs, he's posting 2 of them bigs, so just 5 big blinds behind. Card flashed. Ronnie, hijack Queen 7, probably can't open here given that Kamikaze's probably going to put it in. Well, that don't bother Ronnie.
Yeah. Ronnie is. Yeah,
I mean,
no,
he's going to be
but
priced in, isn't he, to call here?
Yeah, he's got.
If
He shouldn't
Kamikaze
really be
Kazi
folding.
shoves.
Yeah, this is the other problem. Kamikaze shoves. He's not going to be in a miss. I guess he's going to be getting the price though, because. Okay, now Roman has a spot here. I think all the options are in play here for Roman. He could think, well, Ronnie's just opening far too wide, so I'm going to 3-bet him, and the big blind is going to fold a lot because he's praying something happens between us. He could just flat, but folding is probably the more prudent option at this stage. Oh my god, Kamikaze's actually picked up one of the few hands he could possibly fold.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
that
he's lost
leaves
almost
him
a third of
with,
his stack.
yeah. He's 5.5 bigs and he has to post 100k, so that'll leave him with 5 bigs behind. And as you pointed out a little earlier, Dara, it's a weird spot for Claudio, who's short. He can't do it. He's completely handcuffed, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah. Claudia has drifted back as well because of the fact that he's waiting for Kamikaze to bust. So the 2 shorties in the blinds now. This could get interesting.
Well, it will, because Tomovic is going to fold and it's just the button. Roman, who looks down
Roman's
to 10-7, and I think this is a fold because
This is a fold too.
in all
Yeah,
likelihood
two.
we're going to see action. No, I'm just putting it in
he's found
blind,
it.
but of course he looks down at 2 pictures, so
He's
it's
found the hand,
easier
yeah.
decision.
And he's
And the
gonna get
ace,
called.
well, this is a snap.
Yeah.
Snap call when Claudio looks at
wa-
an ace.
Yeah, and you really want to bust him as well because then you can play more normally.
See, one of the problems for just blinding away, like even when you do get your double up,
Yeah.
you're still short.
Yeah. But it's almost a flip. It's close to 50-50.
Good start for Kamikaze. Claudio looks on 3 on the turn. Not good. Can hit trips by hitting a 5 or an ace. Well, 2-pair for Kamikaze. Doubles true. He's no longer the shortest stack. It's Claudio that has that unwanted title. And you can just see he's like...
So 140. 1,000,000.
He knows now he's in a dogfight.
Hang around
2.2
a bit
million.
more.
Yeah,
which is 11 bigs.
And Kamikaze is likely to continue to go back now to blinding down, so it's particularly bad for Claudio.
This is the 100k, 200k blind level. We have Faizula, Big Stack, Ronnie, and Roman pretty close to each other. Then a big gap to Tomovic. And then another big gap, 2 short stacks, Kamikaze and Claudio, who we just seen all in the small blind and big blind. Claudio with the ace-5, Kamikaze, Queen Jack, hitting Queen and the Jack. That's the chip leader in the center of your screen, Faizula, with the Queen 10 here under the gun. Playing around 65 bigs. Tomovic, just 22 bigs for Tomovic. And time marches on, Dara.
Yeah, Tomovic has
blind
gotten
going
dragged
up.
back. Has gotten dragged back, and he would definitely be rooting for Kamikaze to bust last hand.
Sorry.
Okay, this is an easy shove.
To raise all in.
And Ronnie can't possibly call with the 9-5. Yeah, unlike Kamikaze, Claudio is not afraid to take these spots.
He's been really unlucky so far. I mean, plenty of time to turn it around, and I'm not like writing this guy off at all. Like, but he's been unlucky. He came out to play. He wasn't afraid to get involved. He just constantly ran into it, didn't he? Kept getting 3-bet from all of the players acting after him.
Yeah, he came out to play aggressively, and it worked for a while, but eventually the other players did adjust to him. Interesting question in the chat about the ICM of the call, given that Claudio is now the short stack. Was ace-5 a call? I mean, Kamikaze was so short, it was for sure. Also, Kamikaze is the one player that you want to call fairly wide against, because it's a huge benefit to you if you knock him out. You obviously ladder, but you also get to play more freely. It's a different situation from, say, somebody who covers you, or a chip leader shoves in the small blind. Then you could definitely justify folding ace-5 in that spot. But when it's the other short stack and you cover him fairly comfortably, it's definitely a call.
100%. Of course, different scenario if it was Roman on the button who shoved, Kamikaze folded, and then that's a completely different scenario. Now, Roman will be opening here with the 6s.
He's raised 425,000. 425.
425,000 is what the dealer announced. And here we go. We're going to see action. Kamikaze cannot fold the ace-king.
Yeah.
Absolutely compulsory shove here. And Claudio will be delighted. He can fold pretty strong hands there, given the situation. Not good. Oh, really not good for Kamikaze. 2 aces and a king folded. That's unbelievable. All the players acting after him, all folded some of his cards. That is desperate stuff, really, Dara. So you can see, look at the percentage.
Yeah, it's not a flip. This is almost as bad as being dominated.
This is like, I don't know, kings into ace king or something crazy.
Yeah, it's those
This is not good.
Já jsem věděl, že to doplatím. 10 blindů má, no.
Kamikaze thinking that he's in a 50-50 flip. Roman sweating, didn't like to hear the word call, but he's in great shape. That is incredible. It really is. And Roman just has one out. 6 of diamonds, 6 of clubs was folded. 5 of hearts. Wow.
Picked up a first draw.
Become alive. And Kamikaze just shaking his head. This is just a crazy hand. Dealer.
Yes!
Turns a heart on the river. That is just unreal, that hand. I mean, you look at the two hands and you think, right, just a 50-50 flip, but it was, the swings were just enormous there.
Yeah.
My best game.
Yeah, he went from being a fairly significant dog to being a huge favorite when he hit his ace.
It left Roman with just one clean out, but then he hit heart to complete flush. And he has a bit of a laugh with his friends on the rail. Wishes Kamikaze all the best. Just like that, we're down to 5. Claudio has gone up the ladder, well deserved in my opinion. He's locked himself up at least 66k, 54,000 approximately awarded to Kamikaze. These money jumps now, Dara, these are really big.
Yeah, the big money jumps now, and that's going to play into the minds of Claudio and Tomovic in particular. The other guys have them comfortably covered. So we've seen the end of one dogfight between 2 short stacks, but there's another one brewing now between Claudio and Tomovic. There's a 15k prize pay jump from 55k up to 70k from 5th to 4th, so they're really getting significant now.
And then 20k difference from 4th to 3rd. This was a 1,700 buy-in. All of these players, as part of their payout, have been awarded a World Series Poker main event entry to the World Series in Europe. That held a 5 million guarantee. Who knows what will happen with that guarantee, Dara? I mean,
I think
it was absolutely smashed. Sorry, we're going to an interview. Don't try.
I had stake today, so I had only one decision to make. You know, push or fold. Except the first hand, I didn't even have hands during the day, and I didn't have stake. So that's. I think I did the best out of it. I think 6th place is great. A result for me, and I think I did very well. I didn't do any mistakes. Some decisions are borderline. You know, you could do different way, but I think at the end, I'm quite happy with what happened. Yeah. Oh, the last hand is there's nothing to decide. I had ace king, and I was open race, and I had like I don't know how many big 10 bigs or no 11 or 12 bigs I had. So it's easy push, you know. And the flop was very nice too, but the thing when the turn I knew it was coming, so that's about poker, you know. So my next step is just come back here again for the next event, whatever it is. I think the million coming, yeah, in 2 weeks or so. Maybe I might be there as well. So then maybe APT Prague, I don't know. At least I plan to go there. So let's see.
Absolute gentleman.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we might have been slightly critical of some of his plays, at the end of the day, he did go from 9th to 6th, which is quite a big jump. He's gone away with 43,000.
So it looks like Tomovic limped in the small blind with the Queen 9, and Roman Chocola has raised it up with the pocket 4s. And it's 1.6 million now in the pot. Tomovic first to speak.
Yeah, I think Roman should have just shoved there. Tomovic has less than 20 big blinds.
Going to see a check raise, I think.
Yeah, check raise all in looks like the play here at this stack depth. He's just going to say, okay, I nearly always have the best hand. Okay, Roman has check behind, not allowing that option. Tomovic is going to be fairly sure he has the best hand now, but there's no point in betting it. The worst hands are going to fold.
I like these check backs from Roman.
Yeah.
Now, this is an interesting card because both have a boat.
Yeah.
So Tomovic might get paid here.
Yeah, Tomovic eventually goes for value, recognizing his hand is nearly always the best and a pair isn't going to fold. And yeah, you call that one perfectly.
Sizable pot, 2.8 million.
Yeah, I think if Roman had shoved there pre-flop, it was obviously getting through. Because he raised, he did open the door for Tomovic to do exactly what he did, which is to flat and try and hit. And fours just plays very badly post-flop.
5 players remain. We just watched Dutran bust out Ace-King versus the pair. And that interview again, do you know the one thing that comes off, Dara, from all of these interviews today for me is all of these guys are just super nice guys, really good characters.
Yeah, absolute gentleman.
Usually you get like a baddie, you know. There's a Dara O'Carney on the final table and you can, you know.
Who just storms off
anti-sweat him.
afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, starts giving out about how his opponent has played.
Yeah.
But no, you just really get a good vibe, don't you, off all of these guys?
Yeah, you do for sure.
And that's testament to the World Series of Poker and a huge credit to Kings Resort who really know how to produce a big event, big tournament. The staff here are just the highest quality. The dealers, I've traveled around quite a bit and the dealers here in this resort are among the best in the world. Service staff are top quality, even down to the like hotel receptionists are like really, really on the ball.
Yeah.
And make for a good experience.
Yeah, indeed. Interesting spot here. Tomovic limps the button. That's because of his stack size. So he's going to play against both of the blinds in position. It's bottom pair.
Might be enough to fire here for Tomovic. He checks back.
Yeah, he wants to see what they do on the turn. Unfortunately for him, Roman hits the turn and pulls ahead. He'll be pretty sure his king is good here now because the really strong hands would have bet the flop.
6-bet 300.
And flush draws would have often bet the flop as well. Tomovic has two types of bad hand, really bad draw, really bad pair, so he lets it go. Shout out to a few people who've turned up in the chat. Sorry, go ahead, Finton.
Well, I was just going to say, Roman stacking up, he's been really impressive, hasn't he? I mean, you think back to that all-in hand yesterday. Ace-Queen, Ace-King, he's on the ropes. He's about to go bust. Hits Queen and he took full advantage. He's been super solid for me.
Yeah, he's got the luck when he needed it, but he's taken advantage of it, and now he's in a great spot. 11 million in chips. He's shown willingness to...
Sorry, Dara, you were...
Yeah, I was just going to give shout outs to some of the people who showed up in the chat. Bird, Dennis Morovich says, hello guys, hello Finton and Dara. And now Premier says, 1 hour ago I got 2 Dara books, PKO and Endgame. I'd already read the Satellite book. Thanks a lot for that. Now I premiere.
I think it's a good time, Dara, to explain to the audience that there is on the market 3 of the best poker books ever written or ever will be written.
Are you talking about my books, or are you setting up a joke here, Fenton?
No setting up, no joke. Now, unfortunately, I haven't read any of the books, but what I'm told is they are of the highest quality. Genuinely, anyone, like, I know loads of people that have improved their game from these books, particularly the Satellite one. Was that the first one you wrote, Dara?
Yeah, the Satellite was the first one I wrote, and that went very well and encouraged me to keep going. The second one was on PKOs, which are obviously more of a thing online than live. And then the latest book is on ICM and the endgame in general, how to play final tables, how to play bubbles.
Sorry.
So it's been very interesting watching these players play. Most of them have shown a pretty high degree of awareness on what to do in these situations.
No. Holland.
Yeah.
From which city?
I always every day or every second day
City. Oh, city.
one of my friends
Weert.
or followers or someone I'm following, they always
Near to Eindhoven.
post an acknowledgement to that Satellite book, how it improved their game. I mean, every single week without fail, I read that.
Yeah, that's great to hear.
Which must be a great, it must be a great boost though to get that kind of feedback.
Absolutely, no. That's the best thing about writing a book. You don't want to just the book to go out and then you never hear anybody talk about it again. It's really great to hear almost every day somebody saying that they read the book and they enjoyed it. It's rewarding because when I started the first book, I thought it would be pretty easy because I thought, well, I know Satellites back to front. I'll just write down what I know about them. But it's actually a lot more work than you think to write a book, because you have to think about how to structure it, how to get the information across, also what to leave out, because if you put in everything, you're just going to end up with too much.
Ronnie, 1.4 million 3-bet.
Yeah, this is putting pressure on. Bowman's going to let this go. Obviously, Queen Jack is just a horrible hand to have to play out of position. Queen Jack offsuit.
And
Ronnie
just
really is
speaking
going
about,
for it.
Yeah, totally. For me, he's shown the most ambition. But given your expertise in ICM, Dara, obviously there's a degree of ICM pretty much all the way through a tournament, but in reality it just really kicks in at these big money jump stages.
Yeah. The first time ICM is really significant, obviously, is on the bubble of the tournament, where particularly the more players there are left, the more important it becomes to get into the money. And then as you get down to the last 2 tables, the ICM starts to ratchet it up again. The ICM is most extreme on a final table right at the start of the final table, even though the first pay jumps tend to be fairly small. But as more and more players get eliminated and more money gets paid out, the ICM does decrease somewhat. And by the time you get to heads up, when there's just 2 players left, there's no ICM anymore, because it's just 2 guys playing for whatever the difference between first and second place is.
Now, there's been significant battles here between Tomovic and Roman. Tomovic with ace jack. Roman looks interested. Queen 6, but this is pretty trashy.
It's pretty trashy, yeah. It is small blind against big blind, so the ranges are wide, and even though it's a big raise, he's getting 6-4 on the call, but Queen 6 is just too much trash. very impressed by how Tomovic is playing these spots. The limp call with the Queen 9 paid off for him last time. This time he picks up a premium and he raises it, but takes it down pre-flop.
Michael busted out in 9th, Simone 8th, Sharon in 7th, and we watched Kamikaze give that interview a short time ago. Kamikaze was awarded 43,369 plus that 10,000 main event seat to the World Series of Poker Europe.
$1,700,000.
1-9
1-9.
total.
It's going to be all in.
All in.
Yeah, it's going to be all in here because of Claudia's short stacking the big blind.
So Claudio with 8 bigs, 8.5 bigs. He's going to be posting small blind. That will leave him with 8 bigs behind. And we have Ronnie Lemens posting big blind. Under the gun, Fazila, then Tomovic. Very right hand side of the screen there is Roman Chocola. 5 remain, all guaranteed, of course. 66,000, close to it. That includes the World Series of Poker Europe main event entry. Under the gun, chip leader, 13 million snap bowls. Tomovic will be folding 9-7 off in the cutoff. He's worked his way back up to close to 6 million, Tomovic. Roman on the button with 4 high, no interest now. Claudio's going to be shoving 8 bigs, all in. And Ronnie, this is close enough. Suited King there.
Ronnie's the one man who could make this call.
1-7. 1-7.
You're never really ahead with this hand. Well, maybe sometimes against stuff like Queen Jack, but
1-7.
getting a good price and you won't be too far behind.
1-7.
Unsuited, I think it goes into the bin straight away. But the fact he's suited, it's borderline. I don't mind a call here. I really don't. Because, in my opinion, Claudio's shoving any 2, I think.
Yeah, it's probably close to any 2, yeah. And the thing with King 3 suited is, even if you're behind, you're not going to be too far behind. Like we can see, he's up against an ace here and he still has 42%. So unless you're unlucky enough to be dominated, you're pretty much getting the price.
He did fold.
I think I had the best hand.
Claudio didn't look too bothered once he didn't get a snap call. He figured he was ahead with his ace.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the one thing you don't want when you shove a rag ace is the snap call.
Ronnie asks what he had. He says an ace, of course. Ronnie with the suited king. 8 big blind shove. Button moves now under the gun. Tomovic looks down at King 4 offsuit. Apologies for that sound interference. That's actually coming from the mics of the players on the table. Ronnie limping in, and he
Oh, look at
flops
this.
pretty good here.
And Fazula has trips, so this pot could get big.
For the first time ever, Ronnie has checked.
Yeah.
First to speak.
Yeah.
Deuce of clubs would kick things off. It is a deuce, but it's a spade. Full boat for Fazula.
That looks like a
Ronnie's
completely safe
going to be
card to
check
Ronnie.
calling.
Yeah, probably check calling again.
Fazula checks back. Well, this is going to be pretty big, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be huge.
Yeah.
How big does it get?
Depends on how big Ronnie
Nobody
bets.
checked back. Yeah, the check back from Fazula. I mean, Ronnie's absolutely convinced he's ahead here.
Yeah. This is...
What's going for him? There's just 1 million in the pot, but he might go pretty big.
Looks like he might have gone for about a pot size
These
bet.
hundreds, yeah, this is like 1.5, 1.4
it's
million.
big. Wow, he's gone for the overbet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's convinced he's good here, and this is the dream now for Fazula. This is what he's been waiting for. This is why he folded tens
That's 2
earlier.
million.
He knew there was going to be a spot like this.
4 million. This size is getting called.
Yeah, can't imagine Ronnie's ever bet folding a flush here. Ronnie's feeling sick now
I mean,
because
he's absolutely sickened. He knows he could be up against a bigger flush,
yeah,
and it was limp. So pre it was limp. So I mean, 6 jack, 6 deuce, which is exactly what Fazula has, is like not out of the question.
they're all in
6,
play
8,
now.
these type of hands.
I think the
How do
question
you get
running
away
through his
from it?
mind now is, would he ever do this if he just had the 6? If he had 7, 6, that kind of hand, would he ever raise here? I'm pretty sure the answer is no. So he should just be trying to decide between calling and folding. He should never be raising in this spot.
So difficult to fold here.
Yeah.
Now, Ronnie might be thinking ace of clubs in Fazula's hand, but surely he hears from an ace pre-flop.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see he hates it now. He's just asking himself, are there worse hands that do this? Could he possibly have a worse flush? Could he possibly just have the 6 and he's doing this? I think he's pretty sure Fazula isn't bluffing here. So it's just a question of what do we beat? Let's go.
That's absolutely incredible. It really is. Hats off to Ronnie Lemons. That's really super, that fold.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he just thought it through and thought, well, I honestly don't think he does this with a worse hand. He doesn't do it with trips. He probably doesn't do it with the worse flush.
It's pretty high quality in my opinion.
Yeah.
Saves himself 2.5 million. Still sitting on above average stack. I mean, he calls there. He's in a dogfight for his life.
Yeah. I think the fact he overbet made the fold a little bit more possible. When you overbet and get raised, the ranges are now very, very narrow. If he'd bet a smaller amount and got raised, I think he probably would have called.
Well, Fazula's going to be calling this 2 million shove. It's just 10 bigs. Fazula with ace 10, all the chips.
2 million.
Yeah.
2 million.
Claudio counting it out. It's a 10 big blind shove. Fazula's sitting there with 70 bigs.
30.
Claudio in big trouble.
Yeah,
He's
there
getting
it is,
called.
the call.
Ace 8 versus ace 10. Tomovic folds, and we're going to see the cards on their back.
Shot.
Huh?
Astro 10.
Ja. Flush. Ik denk flush, ja. Ik overbet. Hij pompt het er gewoon in. Ja. Ik overbet flink, kijk. Ik denk even value halen.
Claudio on the ropes.
Yeah. I love the way he just chills in his chair when he's all in. He always just lies back and waits to see what happens.
Pure basso,
Claudio Di Giacomo. All in.
On the 8.
With ace 8. 8 needed. 8 and 8 only. That's Fazula. With the ace 10. No 8. It's over. Claudio eliminated. In 5th spot.
Possiamo andare? Metti in moto.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. What did you have? Those, yeah, thought so.
So
What,
we
on the
lose the
river?
third Italian on this final table. He came out fighting right from the start.
Six
He
deuce.
was he was
I
here to
thought-
play.
I thought there were maybe some value from the.
He showed us a lot of
from the flush.
moves,
Oh, you thought, oh, yeah, that's
and
nice.
he can be very proud of his performance.
Absolutely.
No,
Fifth
no.
place.
No. Was
For
very
55,410 plus the seat.
Then I have to go all in.
There's a conversation going on there between Ronnie
Nice hand.
and
Thank you, yeah.
Fazula. And he's saying nice hand. He's not talking about that ace 10 hand. He's talking about the hand previous to that, where both guys have revealed what they were holding. That will make Ronnie feel pretty good about life.
Good fold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10
Good
9 suited.
fold. Good
10 9.
fold. Yeah, 10-9. Hard.
I mean, my opinion of Ronnie has been very high, but it's gone even higher now.
Yeah. He's prospered through a lot of aggression, but he's shown the ability in that hand to sort of think the situation through and read the board, read the hands in the range, and come to the right decision and make a pretty big fold. I mean, I think it was a very logical fold because he really wasn't beating any value, but a lot of players aren't capable of folding a flush in those spots.
Me included. I'm calling there, Dara. I just do.
You're just like,
given
yeah.
the dynamics though between them. I mean, they've clashed so many times, and I just convinced myself he's making a move on me. That's it.
Yeah.
Put the money in, pay him off, move on. End the story.
So
Now,
Tomovic
interesting
would do-
here.
Sorry, yeah.
You see, Tomovic, his table presence is really strong. He's a great live reader of the table. He knows exactly what the crack is with Ronnie. And now it's time to move, isn't it? He's four
Yeah.
people left. He's guaranteed himself 80k, but if you want to win that 200k plus, you got to come out and play and pick your spots.
Yeah. Yeah, the shackles are
He's
off for
just-
Tomovich now, to a large
Yeah,
degree.
well-
He's very happy they're down to 4. He's the shortest, so he can play relatively freely now.
I thought he would have 3-bet there rather than just flat call.
Yeah, he was
And
definitely
now
thinking about it.
Roman Chicola with ace queen.
Yeah. Perfect spot to squeeze here. Ace queen four-handed is just huge.
If Tomovich entered the pot with a 3-bet, it wouldn't have been out of the question for Roman just to let go this ace queen.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, this is just a clear 3-betting spot for him.
Yeah. He's just counting out the chips, trying to decide how much he's going to make it.
Open from Ronnie, which can be any two, let's be honest. And then Tomovich with the flatting. Roman concluding that if Tomovich had a premium, he would be 3-betting. So quite comfortable 3-bet position and a snap fold from both Ronnie and Tomovich.
Yeah.
Tomovich was reading it correctly, but timing crucial. Four players. Nice situation for all these guys having locked up such a sizable payday. This 100k, 200k level coming to a close. Then we move to the 125, 250k blind level. Three deuce in the big blind for the chip leader. Will not be defended, and Roman will take down the pot. Roman second in chips. And that's the short stack on the table, posting big blind Tomovic. Still loads of play. Players looking over at the clock. Just a couple of minutes left. You can see the break flash up there. That means break incoming. 15-minute break at the end of this level, which is at the end of this hand. This is Ronnie Lemons. What a fold that was with the flush. Blind v blind. Ran into a full boat. Highest quality. Folded around, and Tomovic will enjoy his break a little bit better with that walk.
Yeah. Interesting that that Ronnie folded that. He opened 8-2 suited earlier, one seat earlier, but often just last hand before the break, they all want to get off on their break.
Absolutely. We're going to be back in 15 minutes. Do join us for the four-way action on the final table of the World Series Poker Circuit main event.
7,5, ja 7,5 iets, ja. Dus lekker. Maar volgens mij, hij heeft alleen daar nog wat minder daar. Ja. Ja, je hebt meer, ja. Hé, luister. Ik heb geen hand kunnen spelen, jongen. Helemaal geen hand.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Yusuf could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this. Yeah. Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming in 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Yusuf is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Yusuf. He's found a way to win this, and Yusuf just won't believe. This is one of the reasons why, because Filippo here, I think, will be 3-betting. Coming out from the small blind,
his ace jack suited certainly is a 3-bet candidate.
Yeah, sure. We can see he's in amazing shape. He's dominating both opponents. As I said, I played with Filippo in Vegas, and he's a very, very good player. So he's thinking through all the permutations now. Unfortunately for him, he is covered by both players, so he would hate to bust at this point. But yeah, he's gone for the 3-bet.
I can make it, you know, it's an easy fold if it gets shoved back in his face.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, this should be
3-bet to 70k.
Yeah. This should be a fairly routine fold, and it is. So good pick up from Filippo there. Oh, Mark's still in the hand with 4-3 suited.
I didn't even know Mark was in the hand with the 4-3 suited. I think, you know what, I think maybe Christian opened there, did he? With the King Jack.
Yeah, I think the Queen Jack opened and King Jack flatted, and then I guess the 4-3 flatted as well.
Yeah, but who opened with the Queen Jack? Oh, Albert opened. Albert opened with the Queen Jack, you're right. And then the King Jack flatted. And then this price Mark in with the 4-3 suited.
Yeah, Mark's gone.
What? No way. Are you looking at this? This is crazy,
really
Darren.
This is absolutely.
I mean, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, he covers Filippo, so he's basically saying to Filippo, like, you want a bubble now.
Is it?
It's a fold, yeah. It's an ICM fold now. It's horrible, but he's going to have to ICM. Leave fold for ICM reasons. You just can't risk bubbling at this point. Like, you can see even when Mark has such a dreadful hand as he has, he still has 38%. You don't want to put yourself in the spot where you're bubbling the tournament 38% of the time when you have a comfortable stack.
Good point, Gareth. Even though Filippo could be ahead here, he's probably not ahead by much, as
yeah, you're just not far enough ahead when you consider the ICM. The confusing thing for Filippo is he absolutely knows Mark can't really have a hand here, because he wouldn't flat a very strong hand after an open and a call. So he knows that this is just nonsense, but at the same time, he only has ace jack.
it's what kind of knowledge these guys have of each other. That's
pretty sure he's gonna let this go.
It's very close, but he does fold. And what a move by Mark. Now, if I'm in Mark's seat, I'm showing the 4 high. Absolutely. It's not worth it otherwise.
Yeah. Relatively early position not too long ago, so I think it's mostly just a case of getting absolute garbage. And I think this
is the end of the line, I think, for Filippo.
Yeah. He's going to need to hit it.
And Mark with the jacks has him absolutely crushed. Ace Queen, Jack up. I'm putting this in if I'm Jack up. sorry, I'm not. I don't care.
I have to think about how many hands am I dominated by compared to how many do I dominate, and you can imagine that.
Oh boy! Hello.
Oh my goodness.
Hello.
look at this.
Just like that.
What a time
Well,
to
the
find
jacks are
any-
going to fold now. Mark's going to fold the jacks, and Filippo is just hating life at the moment.
Absolute
he knows.
carnage.
I mean, it's crazy stuff, really.
Mark,
Jordan
what is happening here?
well, actually, Jordan is the biggest shove, 219. So it's
Yeah.
189 back. It's 15 bigs, right?
So, yeah, they're all on
Mark
20
can afford.
blind.
Mark can afford this. He's going to try and convince himself he's up against ace king, ace king, ace queen.
Yeah, that would be the dream.
I mean, Filippo is just hating life at the moment. He just knows he's
Yeah, but
absolutely
it's like
dead.
my plans are not good here.
You said fold, and can I fold
He did
face
fold,
up?
yeah,
And
yeah,
you
very
said,
good
of
fold
course
there.
you can.
And fold, yeah. Ace Queen is in surprisingly good shape here. He probably thought he was toast too much.
5 of spades, 3 of hearts, and 7 of clubs. And Filippo is just like going, yeah, this is so typical. Everybody picking up a hand at the table, pretty much everyone. 8 of clubs, not significant at all.
Yeah, the Kings are in great
So,
shape now.
Kings, for Jordan, what a scenario for him. 3 on the river. Nothing too funky happening. Best hand holds. He has both these short stacks covered.
Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Which makes him an absolute monster stack. Averages around 600k.
Yeah.
This is Albert once again.
Once again, he opens and covers up immediately. Our man beside him looks interested, but he only has Queen 10, so he might fold, and he does.
Lord Mulligan with the suited connectors, small blind position. I guess he just lets this go.
Yeah.
But Mark will be seeing a flop here. Pocket pair, reasonable
We've seen
call.
one of his sixes dead, so. Probably just check calls now.
Well,
This is,
interesting. He donk leads here.
This is interesting, yeah.
Albert with top.
Yeah,
So easy call here for Albert.
Yeah.
Well, he actually
Albert,
raises.
he's decided to raise. I guess he's worried about draws, gut shots, those types of hands. Guess Mark will get the message now that his sixes aren't good.
What's going on, Derek?
This is very interesting. Yeah, this is. Mark 3-bet and Albert has called, or no, he's thinking of calling. Yeah, I don't understand this 3-bet at all. I don't know what's going on here. Now any doubts Albert had are long gone. Mark has effectively been counterfeited. This is pretty erratic from Mark. This might be a case of late night tiredness.
I mean, just from nowhere, this pot is completely blown up.
Yeah, yeah.
And Albert's just taking a flat calling. That's the crazy thing about this. He's
no way.
Yes, that's a fact. I'll put a bet with you. He's just going to flat.
I believe you, but you have to raise here and get value from a 9.
But there's just a flat call. It's just the way Mark played it.
Yeah.
And Albert is just absolutely stunned. And what a gift.
Yeah.
Welcome back to King's Resort. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. It's the final day. In fact, it's the final 4 players who you're going to see any second now on our feature table. Fazula is the big stack, 65 bigs. And you can see Roman in second place. Then we have the Dutch player, Ronnie Lemens, and short stack, Alexander Tomovic with 20 bigs. So 160 bigs in play. Blinds now increase 125, 250. You can see the story there. We're about to restart on this new blind level. Players are seated. Well, all bar the chip leader, who's just taking a little bit extra. He's going to miss a hand. He's a big stack. Doesn't miss a blind, but still not recommended. What do you think, Dara?
Yeah, absolutely not. He's missed his button, which could have been a good spot. With them being 4-handed now and with the big blind ante, it kind of races. It races around very fast. You're posting 2.5 blinds every 4 hands. So you fold 16 hands. That's 10 big blinds gone. So you can't really be hanging around, and you certainly don't want to be missing hands. Some blind on blind action here.
5 check. 6 check.
Roman, he always shows a lot of discipline in these kind of spots, but he's picked up quite a lot of equity here on the turn. He looked dead and buried on the flop. He has picked up a combination draw, spades, and a straight draw. So any spade, any queen. Tomovic is just trying to induce a bet. He's in check call mode. 2 of hearts is a blank, so Tomovic will have the check mark.
He might go ahead and bet here, reasoning that if Roman was going to bluff, he would have done it already, and Roman might have a hand he's just trying to take the showdown.
475.
Now, king high.
It's pretty strong in this spot. I mean, you're beating unless he has a pair or occasionally a better king high, but he does let it go. Very disciplined.
This is 125, 250k blind level. 160 bigs on the table. That's 40 bigs average stack. Plenty of depth. Beginning of the level. Loads of play. This is Tomovic. Average stack is 10 million with 40 million in play.
Yeah.
So Tomovic with just 5.6 million. Button raise here. Roman's going to fold, but this guy is a completely different prospect, Ronnie Lemens.
Yeah. These guys have a bit of history as well. You might remember the hand between Tomovic and Ronnie, where Ronnie raised 10-2 on an ace-10 X board and got Tomovic to fold jacks. Now, Tomovic has probably found out about that hand since, so he knows what Ronnie had.
Once again, Tomovic makes top pair. Ronnie checking. I think Tomovic will bet this, Dara, protect his hand.
That has been his tendency to bet small on every flop. And it looks like he's going with that again. This time Ronnie decides to let it go.
Interesting stack sizes now between Ronnie and Tomovic. I don't know, did you notice that, Dara, how close they were?
Yeah, they've leveled up against each other, so they're kind of in their own private battle now.
Button on Roman posting blinds is Ronnie in the small blind, and chip leader will post the 500k total. 250 for the ante, 250 for the big blind proper. And Tomovic under the gun with the 8-6 offsuit.
You're
10-3 in the button, Roman. He's been super solid, that guy, Roman.
Yeah.
He hasn't kind of gone off script whatsoever. Stayed with the plan. Did make a big fold. Do you remember the big fold, the very first hand, Dara?
The ace, the jacks, was it?
Jacks against the 3-bet. I think it was
Yeah.
Kamikaze. It's the only hand Kamikaze ever 3-bet.
Yeah.
Well, he won't be folding kings here.
No.
Under the gun, pocket kings, 4-handed. Tomovic is in the big blind. 250. Going to see 550. That's kind of what these pink chips are, the 500k chips.
Yeah.
There's the 550 raise, and now Ronnie on the button, who can do absolutely anything.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
You would think.
Yeah, you wouldn't put it against Ronnie to get involved here with the Queen 8.
Flats on the button. And now Fazula snap folds 4 high. And interesting, Tomovic getting a huge price, but Jack 4 off is so unattractive. Queen high for fireworks.
There
Wow,
you called
this
it.
is brutal. This is harsh. I do think the flat on the button, I do think it's just a little too spewy.
Yeah.
3-bet I much prefer, so we can find out exactly where he's at.
Yeah, I agree. Roman has shown a tendency to always c-bet whether he's in or out of position, and he's fired the c-bet. Ronnie has a marginal enough hand, so he's not going to raise. He's just going to call.
Might go check.
Yeah, Roman won't love this turn card because obviously there's some flush draws in Ronnie's range, but also the 10 can hit his range. He could very easily have flatted something like Jack 10 suited, those types of hands. But Roman does tend to just keep betting when he has the betting need, similar to Ronnie himself. Ronnie's hand has actually got a lot worse now, because he's obviously fallen behind any 10. He's fallen behind the flush draws on the flop. Is that all in?
Oh, wow. What a move. He's shoved all in. He's saying to Roman, I've got the 10s. Darry, you made a really interesting point that bluff he made against Tomovic, that info would have fed back to the players. So I don't know, does this work?
Yeah.
What a move. I mean, he's full of creativity, this guy. He's a box of tricks. But, I mean, now he knows he could be in trouble. He hasn't heard fold.
Yeah.
So he knows, he thinks he's up against the queen. It's actually stronger than that. It's a hand that's beating all the queen X's. It's kings.
Yeah. Roman also doesn't have the king of hearts as backup. If he's the king of hearts, he'd feel much better about calling, because he would reckon that even if he was behind, he at least had flush outs. This is a very, very hard call to make now.
Huge moment in the tournament. Difference between fourth and third is €20,000. In fact, it's more, it's 20.5. And you can see Tomovic is just, well, he's liking this action, isn't he?
Yeah. Tomovic is praying for a call here and for Roman to win.
He said call.
Wow,
he gets up out of the seat and
call.
he got it right. I mean, it was such a move by Ronnie. It really was creative. It made sense. And then the full house. Sorry, that's his own hand that I seen in the screen. River hasn't been turned. There's still outs for Ronnie, but it could be curtains for the Dutchman. You can see him shaking his head. Now, is he shaking his head saying, how the hell can you call there? Or is he just thinking to himself,
I think it's possible
this.
I think it's possible he thought he had the best hand, and he was just basically protecting his queen. That's possible. He might just think, well, I'm unlucky to run into king. But it could also be the case that he knew exactly the type of hand that Roman had, and he thought he would fold it. Roman has proven very, very sticky in these spots. He's probably the one player who
This guy is crazy.
doesn't overfold.
You are crazy also.
No.
But yeah, he died by the sword. He lived by the sword and he died by the sword, Ronnie. His stack moved up and down much more than any other player.
One short stack against big stack.
Well, I tell you, this is one interview I want to hear more than any other. I want to try and get a feel. Was he shaking his head there at the call from Roman? Is that why he was shaking his head? Or as you say, Darren, maybe he did think he was ahead and he just was stunned that he ran into it. I'm not sure about that, though.
No, I'm not sure either. I I don't really understand what happened in that hand.
What?
3 players all locked up. 100,000 plus. Incredible 6-figure payday for all 3 players here. And no surprise, this guy is here. Fazula on the button here with all the chips. And certainly no surprise, Tomovic will be getting a podium finish. How high, I do not know. And hats off to this guy, Roman. He's been very steady.
5 call, 625. 6 plus. Heads up. Check. 4 bet, 625.
Yep.
Small line 125.
Tomovic on the button. 3 players remain. All guaranteed 6-figure payday. Tomovic 6 deuce. He's the short stack. This is Roman. What a call. That was huge. He's got the chip lead now, 17 million.
Yeah.
Average stack is approximately
13.5.
0.4.
Yeah. Yeah, so both Fazula and Roman are have much more chips now than Tomovic, who would be very happy to have ladder third.
That was such a big hand.
6 plus.
You did feel though when you looked at Roman opening
Race.
under the gun with the kings, and then was Ronnie on the button. You always, I mean, it's just anything can happen when Ronnie's in the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, Ronnie definitely is not a small ball player. He likes to play big pots, and any pot he plays has the potential to be huge, as it was in that case.
What did he do wrong, Darren, in your opinion?
I think the pre-flop
Or did he do
call
anything
was
wrong?
just a little bit too loose in the spot. And then I'm not sure that it was necessary to turn his hand into a bluff on the turn. I mean, it almost worked, and it would have worked against a lot of people. I think I probably would have folded the kings there, if I'm honest. Tomovic has just under 20 big blinds. You can make an argument for shoving here. You can make an argument for raise folding, and you can also just limp.
You play over 10 million, huh? You play over 2, 4, 8.
Interesting that Tomovic wants a count, even though he knows that he's, I mean, well covered.
Yeah.
Like, so he's
he knows
thinking
he's
of
well.
the shove, obviously.
Yeah, he knows he's well covered, but he wants to know whether he can seriously hurt Roman or not in the hand. Like when you have,
I mean,
5
the shove was
million,
getting snapped.
yeah, yeah. When you have 5 million, you'd much rather shove into a guy who only has 9 or 10 million than a guy who has 20 million, because you just have more fold equity. But Roman's going to raise here for sure. We might see a call from Tomovic. He did the same earlier with Queen 9. Yeah, that's a go. His spidey senses are working. We saw him limp call Queen 9 before, and we've just seen him limp fold King 6. Queen 9 is admittedly a better hand in that spot. It just has more going for it than King 6, even though obviously King 6 is ahead of Queen 9, but just Queen 9 is much more playable.
Tomovic with 4.7 million. Under 20 bigs. He's about 18 bigs.
Yeah. The two big stacks are very deep against each other now. So in this spot, we should see a lot of limping from the small blind because they're so deep.
Six raise 625. The biggest chips in front of the stackers. Thank you.
Roman's on a man who likes to limp though. He's gone for the raise, and Fizula will call. Problem with raising from the small blind is the big blind is going to call super wide, and you're just kind of bloating the pot out of position. But on the plus side, when you both miss, you're going to win the pot more often.
Not really in their interest for these players to be playing big pots against each other, as you say, Dara.
No. Fizula, I think, is going to continue, though. That might look like a strange continue, but he has all the backdoors. He's wrapped around the 10 for backdoor straight possibilities, and he has the backdoor diamonds, which unfortunately he doesn't know it would be a disaster. But he also has position, so he can potentially bluff on a later street. Roman does tend to keep firing these spots. He just doesn't stop.
1.2 million.
I think Fizula gives up now.
Pass.
This is what we're waiting for.
Good cards to run, but I'm happy with the 4th place. I called from the button, and flop comes Queen 10 4 with 2 hearts. I called this bet to see the turn, and the turn was a 10. It completes the flush and the second 10. So we bet out 2 million, of 1 million, and then I thought when you have aces or kings or ace queen or something, you can call there if I go all in. So I think it was a good bluff, but didn't work out for me. A very good tournament. I played for 4 days and it went really well. And now on the final table I had to survive and pick some spots, but I couldn't do anything.
Well, it looks like we got our answer, Dara.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, he knew he was bluffing. He decided to turn top pair into a bluff. trying to get ace, queen, kings, or aces to fold.
Tomovic re-shoving. Yeah, I mean, he was saying there that he totally expected Roman to fold aces, kings, or ace, queen. And I guess that's why he was shocked at the call. But I think, yeah, I mean, the intel from earlier hands Ronnie played, that might have been a factor
Yeah.
in the thinking process. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And I mean, he was honest there about the hands he was trying to fold, but he was targeting just a fairly narrow range of hands, specifically aces, kings, and ace, queen. It's four-handed, like, and there's a lot of hands in both of their ranges, so that's a very small part of the range. It's an interesting decision because his top pair obviously had showdown, and he didn't have really the backup of, you know, a heart or something if he got called. Personally, I'd prefer to make that move if I had a heart, so that at least if the guy does have kings or aces and finds the call, you have the backup of the flush draw. But you know, he was brave. He went from it from the start. And in fact, yesterday when we saw him play, that's just his style. He very swashbuckling style. He goes for it.
We're going to see another blind v blind pot here with Tomovic in the small blind and Roman Chukula, who's looking down at king 7 in the big blind. You'd expect him to check this.
Yeah, he does check behind.
Now, this is one of the benefits of sitting on a massive stack.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a reasonable bet. He figures his king high is going to be good a lot, but it benefits a lot from protection.
It's the absolute minimum. Tomovic not finished just yet.
Yeah, he's continuing. Like, his queen high has some showdown, and he has some backdoors around the jack. So it's a reasonable decision to call one. Now he's not going to fold. Now he hits two pair. I think he's going to have to bet himself again. Roman tends to fire flops a lot, but when he shuts down or declines to bet, it's usually the case he's just trying to get to showdown. He's probably not getting called here, given that Roman only has king high. But I think, yeah, he had to bet there and try and get called by a 3 or a 2.
Tomovic, he hasn't been involved in a big pot for, well, I can't remember. It's like the pots he wins they're hard fought small pots, kind of in this situation, blind v blind.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a superb technical player. Like, he knows his pre-flop ranges. He knows what to do on different flop textures. His natural style is to play a lot of pots but keep them small, and that allows him to exert or to exercise his really good post-flop skills.
On the button here with 24 bigs.
550.
He announces raise 550. Roman in the small blind with 10-9. Sevens don't look too strong in this situation.
No. He's calling. He is very, very deep against Roman, so he can call in position and see what happens. Now Tomovic isn't going to like his king 10. He's going to let it go. Now we know Roman's style is to just tend to bet almost any flop and just keep firing. So he's probably going to fire at this flop.
Tomovic would have flopped best. He opened on the button, but he folded to the 3-bet.
Yeah.
Well, it looked super strong, didn't it? Fazula coming in out of the cold after an open and a 3-bet.
Yeah. It looks like he's just decided. Okay, I was making a move pre-flop. It didn't work out.
Concentration
Yeah, he's not giving up.
Roman's face.
This is very interesting. He's no snap fold.
$4 million cut out.
Gone for the check raise
over
with
the
absolutely
line.
nothing, no pair, no draw. It's a tough spot for Fazula now because his hand is just a pure bluff catcher. So it comes down to whether you think your opponent's bluffing or not. He does have 5-6 for the backdoor straight, which is some additional equity if he's behind. He might decide to call one here and then fold on the turn if he faces another bet. If he bet folds this hand, he's definitely getting exploited. So he has decided he's going to have to call, but he won't be loving this.
$12 million in the pot.
That's a horrible card now for the sevens. Does Roman keep firing? Tomovic will be loving this. He'll be hoping these guys get it in. No, he holds up the white flag. Fazula will probably just check this back and try to get to showdown. Five is a brick. So now the question is, does Roman want to fire? He's looking at his chips. He might be going for this. He can bet fairly small here, representing a blocker bet with an ace or a king. He doesn't have to go big to bluff. in the end,
Gives
he
up.
decides. And if Fazula bets here, it's because he thinks Roman has a king, and he's trying to get him off it. I think, yeah, he's trying to work out how much showdown value his sevens actually have. But in the end, he does check and gets the good news that he's good.
12 million pot. And Tomovic looks down at the sevens that's going to scoop it. He's stuck about there.
Yeah, it would have been hard.
Connected.
Yeah, for sure. He obviously couldn't do anything with the king 10. He will be happy though to see that Roman took a bit of hit there and pulls him back towards his stack.
Roman still on 12 million. 22 million now for the chip leader, Fazula. And Tomovic, directly opposite the dealer, is the short stack sitting on about 5.5 million.
That's kind of the first time we've seen Roman step out of line there with the light 3-bet pre-flop and the check raise on the flop.
Yeah, I mean, you were expecting a lead out. It was a completely different line he took.
Completely different line, which was believable that he made it believable he had a king. But Fazula has shown the ability to find those big calls, and he took a lot of time over his flop decision, but he did eventually, I think, decide, look, if I'm going to bet sevens and I'm going to fold to a check raise, then I'm just folding too much to the check raise. So I'm going to have to call. He didn't like it, but he sucked it up and eventually got to showdown and won.
And what's happening here is these guys are going at it. Roman, well, it's Roman really has gone up the gears.
Yeah.
And Fazula has the chips. Tomovic is just sitting back.
Yeah.
Hoping these two get it all in.
Yeah. Yeah, at the start of my career, I used to play mostly 6-man sit-and-goes where the top two got paid. And you often got this situation where with 3 people left and you were the short stack, but the other 2 guys were really going at it. And you could pretty much just sit back, and a lot of the time you were getting heads up. And I'm sure that's what Tomovic is thinking now. There's a very good chance these 2 guys are going to get it in.
Fazula checked flop. Check back from Roman, and then Fazula let out. Takes a stack up to about 23 million. There's 40 million in play. He's about 55% of the chips in play. There's the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like 60% of the chips. 23 million. Tomovic sitting on around 20 bigs. Blind still 125, 250.
Again,
Tomovic. I mean, this seems to be his favourite position. I mean, if you did a survey among poker players, they would say the small blind is the most difficult position to play a hand in. But not for Tomovic.
No. He's a really good technical player. He knows his ranges. He knows what he's supposed to do at different stack depths. This is very similar to last time he had king 6. King 8 is the same class of hand, so you can go lots of different ways. The only thing you really can't do is fold. You can raise and try and take it down pre-flop, intending to fold to a shove. You can shove yourself. Your hand has enough equity to do that. So this time he's gone for the raise. Now Roman should just call here. He does.
$1.8 million in the pot. Tomovic with 4.2 behind. Well, this is something for both.
Yeah.
Top pair for Tomovic and a good shot for Roman Chocola. Tomovic is certainly going to lead Dara, protect his pair, yeah?
Yeah, he can get value from a lot of worse hands. A 10, a 9, 2 spades, gut shots, open enders. There's a lot of hands that can pay this bet now. And stack to pot ratio is just over 2, so top pair is pretty golden here. He's gone for the small bet again, which has been his style. But Roman gives it up.
Tomovic taking down the pot at the 6 million. Suited ace on the button. Good enough to open.
Yeah. Yeah, your two options here are limp or raise. Going for the raise. Now he'll be aware of the fact that Roman 3-bet him last time with 10-9 off. So he won't necessarily give Roman credit if he 3-bets here.
$1.625. Tomovic, as you say, would be still thinking about that hand where he 3-bet with the 10-9 off. It cost Tomovic a lot of money.
I think we might see an all-in here. He's decided to just call though and play in position.
6.
3.8 million in the pot. Tomovic with just 4.4 behind. This is sizable.
Yeah, just pop behind now, so he's basically trying to flop something here and just go with it on the flop.
Roman looking to hit paint. Tomovic is good with ace high. Roman, does he continue? Well, I guess he does, Dara. 8-8-10. Difficult for Tomovic to have a piece of this.
Yeah, he usually does in these spots. But no, he's decided to check.
Tomovic, ace 4 hearts. Checks back.
He checks 2. Hits his ace.
Oh, this is such a sweet card for Tomovic because I think Roman is going to try and rep that ace.
Yeah, Roman picks up the nut flush draw and a gut shot. So
still a lot.
he might even shove
30%
here.
equity.
He might shove here for pot. I think he's checking back to see if
Looks
his
back down.
if he is the king
Yeah.
of diamonds. King of diamonds might embolden him to go with the shove here now. Bet 2 million. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
that
he's
was a
hating
shove.
it now, isn't he?
Yeah, Tomovic might think he's behind, but he's going to get the good news in a minute. Albeit Roman has a lot of equity here.
I wouldn't like to go into a boxing ring with Tomovic.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking earlier when we were playing the lookalike game, Tomovic looks like almost every character in Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. This is a
He
huge
needs to
spot
avoid
now.
a diamond. And he
Does.
does. That's massive. So
Play that
basically,
map.
Roman now is the one that has the short stack. He's flipped positions with Tomovic.
Yeah. Yeah, Tomovic, he's played so well. I mean, the call pre-flop was a little bit non-standard. Most players would just stick it in if they were going to play the hand there. But Tomovic's whole style has been basically him saying, I think I have a pretty big edge post-flop, particularly against Roman. So I'm going to allow myself to exercise that. And that's what we saw there. He checked the flop, no point in betting. If you bet, you're only getting action from better hands. Ace came on the turn. Tomovic Roman represented it, but Alexander had just decided, okay, well, I mean, I can't hit my ace and fold, so he just stuck it in, and now he's in a great spot to get heads up.
Tomovic back in business, 12 million, close to average. Massive chip leader is Fazula, and the short stack now is Roman Chocola, who was the chip leader just 20 minutes ago, Dara, half an hour ago, when he busted out
Yeah.
the Dutch player, Ronnie Lemons. He was sitting on, I think it was about 18 million he was sitting on.
It was, yeah. Yeah, I think maybe he hit a rush of
So
blood
he's
to the head after that.
Could have been a lot different if that 9-10 offhand that he 3-bet pre, if he fired turn or river.
Yeah,
after
yeah,
he
that could have gone a
check-raised
lot
flop.
of different ways. Yeah, he could have decided not to get involved in the first place, and then he wouldn't have lost the chips. But he could also have followed through and turn and river, and he almost certainly would have won. I'll tell
The
you
wheels
one
have
man
come
who
off.
won't be. I don't think Fazula will be too thrilled by the last hand because Fazula won't
No,
really relish
yeah.
Tomovic heads up.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, I'm going to sound like a big head here, but these two guys, I was actually asked earlier by a friend of mine, who do you fancy? And I might be jumping the gun here with Roman still in the thing, but I said I fancy Tomovic and Fazula for heads up.
Yeah.
But anything is possible. Roman is still there. He's quality act. He's played absolutely sensational poker. What a call he made with the Kings. And you can see Tomovic here, checking back his pair. He doesn't want to get him balled in a big pot against the chip leader.
Yeah.
He's checked him again, so he's going to bet out, take it down. Brings the stack up to about 13.5 million, which is average stack for the first time since we were 9-handed.
Both these guys have played a pretty cautious style post flop, just trying to keep pots small and win lots of small pots rather than get themselves into big spots. Roman, on the other hand, all of his chips have sort of come from these big spots like the kings. And I think Fazula and Tomovic will be looking at each other now, thinking, "Yeah, we don't really want to tangle until we get heads up."
Yeah, for sure, that's going through their mind. But what's going through Roman's mind, Dara? What's he thinking?
He's probably thinking, "I really want to double up to get back into it." I mean, from the moment we saw this guy first-hand yesterday, you just know that when he has a hand, he just goes for it. Very first hand yesterday, we saw him get ace queen in against Fazula's ace king and get there. So I don't think he's going to be hanging around. Tomovic has played the 20 big blind stack really, really patiently and cautiously. I think Roman will be a very different proposition.
Yeah, the danger, I suppose, you could fall into the, replaying past hands in your mind. What if I did this or didn't do that? And that kind of can affect your judgment, with the current hands happening in front of you, that you're not giving it your most optimum play, like.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a very good point. When you're short-handed, you're just playing far more hands. You're going to be playing most of the hands actually, and things happen very quickly. Your stacks will swing very quickly, and you just have to be able to adjust. Not that long ago, he was sitting there with almost 20 million in chips, feeling brilliant as the chip leader. Now he's the short stack in a very short space of time. He has to mentally readjust and forget about the pots he's lost.
Now, a monster here on the button for Tomovic, and but look at Roman.
Yeah,
he looks interested.
Oh, he's got the ace eight. I think
he's going to be shoving.
Yeah.
Roman Chocola. He's been making money off Tomovic all day, but in the last couple of levels, Tomovic, he's outplayed him. That's the truth.
Yeah.
And now Roman is going to get it in bad. Tomovic is going to snap him off with ace king.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Instant call on the backs. And unfortunately, Roman is going to have to get very lucky to survive. He looks to the rail. He goes, "What can I do?" It's not this hand, Dara. This is not his downfall.
No, absolutely not. This is completely standard. Decent ace over a button raise, 20 big blinds. Nothing else to do other than stick it in. But yeah, it's the other hands. It's the path from 18 million to 5 million where it went wrong for him.
Same old story we were saying yesterday and the day before about when you lose a big stack and gain a big stack. It's like, even though two different players, one might lose, one might gain, if they arrive at the same stack, it's two different psychological states. And that's the situation for Roman. He does have a good shot here, 7 or 8. Can he hit it? Well, Chopportunities also 2-ball will give a chop. 7 for the straight. 8 would work also for Roman. That's not going to help.
No.
6-figure payday.
Okay.
Got to be proud of himself. What a performance. I was really impressed with the guy.
Yeah. He really went from it from the moment we saw him first hand yesterday, and he's come all the way to 3-handed.
Necessary.
Tomovic versus Fazula. We're going to take a quick break. Then we will return for the heads-up battle. I'm really relishing the prospect of these two guys battling it out with pretty similar stacks there, and nothing too much in between them.
Yeah, they're almost level, and they both have that cautious style. It's going to be very exciting.
Gertjan Albers did start with 2.1 million on this day 3. Lost a couple of huge pots to Fezula. Fezula making that incredible call with the 8-9 in his hand.
Yeah, he's got pocket eights here. We have the action player who appears to have limped under the gun +1 with ace-6. Again, very non-standard play. Fazula's going to punish the limp.
So the 100k chips are in play now. These are the grey chips. And a grey and an orange, 105,000. Gulas can't be calling here with the king jack off. It's just not a good situation versus the only player at the table that has him covered. Well, I mean, I said he's not going to call, but yeah, so he's, I mean, Albers is playing any two cards. So Gulas is just thinking that Fezula is raising in position here, exploiting the limp.
Yeah, he's treating it almost like a button. He's treating it almost like a button raise. He's ignoring the Albert's limp is going to be just all sorts of nonsense hands like the a6 off he had. So essentially, this is just button has opened, and you've got king jack in the big blind.
And these guys are at it once again. Massive pot. There's already 1.1 million in the pot. Huge. Average stack is like 900k. Good shot for Gulas. Fezula. Pocket eights. Joseph might check his good shot here, Dara.
Yeah.
First to speak.
Yeah, he has quite a lot of equity. You can go two ways in this. You can obviously bet your equity and hope to get a fold, or you can just check and see what happens. This type of board tends to favor the caller more than the raiser in position because
wow. He's moved all in.
Wow.
So he's just telling his opponent, look, I've got it. I have the aces. That's really what he's saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I guess it's clever enough because he's disregarding aces, kings, queens from Fazula's range, right? Given that Fazula just called pre.
Yeah, even stuff like ace queen, I guess. But yeah, this is going to work obviously. Plus, he had equity if he was called. That's kind of crucial. Like even if he runs into a queen there, he has a king or a 10. Yeah, that's your poker.
Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Well, this is a 6x, is that right, Dara? Blinds are 15,000, 30,000.
Yeah.
And Albers has made it 170. Now, does Albers have the aces? I seriously doubt it, given the size of his open.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in big trouble.
Yeah, he's running into
Gulas.
kings here.
And it's a huge
raise.
percentage to 170 of his stack.
Huge raise. This is often marginal pair hands that he feels are trouble hands.
Gulas looking to take Albers by the hand down the pathway to destruction. That's what's going to happen, Dara.
Yeah, he's
Albers
just
is going to
called-
go bust.
Yeah. Unless it's ace rag and the ace comes. But no, that looks pretty safe. Although the way Albers has been running, I wouldn't be too surprised to see ace 7 here. Checked. That's interesting.
500 behind, yeah? Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, now Joseph is trying to decide how to get the money in. Pot's 400. Albers has about 500 behind. These spots you generally want to just go geometric, which means bet the same proportion of the pot on the flop and river, on the turn and river to get him all in by the river. He's gone for 150. Yeah, this leaves 380 behind now, and the pot's 700, so he can shove for just over half pot on the river.
Ooh, Queen will be concerning to Gulas.
Joseph's bet 150, which is basically just trying to squeak a call out of that type of hand, 6s, 8s, 9s that you mentioned. His raise.
Yeah, I mean, he has it. Just a flat here from Joseph incoming.
Yeah,
I think Gertjan has it.
You can't.
Well, he could have 10s or jacks.
What's the hand?
He is a 7, 10-7, I think, is it? I think I've seen a 7.
I guess, since Joseph is handing over the chips. 7s.
Quads.
Flop quads. Wow.
Azula folds now. Matteo with the Cowboys in the hijack position. Going to open once again.
Great time to
Three
find
bet.
kings when you've just folded to a 3-bet.
Joseph Gulas.
Yeah, it looks
Reaches
like
for
Joseph was gonna
chips.
50. I guess he opened 65, 175. Yeah, that was a tough spot for the button. Couldn't really flat, so he had to either 4-bet and fold to further action, or just do what he did there, which is fold. Interesting to see what Matteo does now. Will he just flat, or does he put the 4-bet in?
4-bet from Matteo would end it, but he just goes down the deceptive route, completely disguising the strength of his hand here, Dara.
Yeah.
And that, I
Oh
mean,
my goodness.
hello. It is just overkill, really.
Yeah, this is just too good. It's really hard to get paid now. All he can do is bluff, is check and let his opponent put as many chips in as possible on a bluff. Joseph will take one stab at it for sure. This is a very hard board to hit. He makes a small bet.
25% of the pot, 100,000. You can see Matteo won't be going on break just yet. He has a little bit of work to do.
Yeah.
And a check call for sure, Dara, as you said. There's nothing else he can do here.
This is going to be check
He's
call
got
the whole
too
way
much
up.
of it.
Yeah.
And the
Complete break on the
deuce.
turn.
Yeah. Now, Joseph probably finished.
Joseph is going to keep firing. I wonder how much Matteo knows about Joseph as well, because Joseph is definitely on the aggressive side. And this is going to be another call.
Welcome back. This is King's Resort. This is the World Series of Poker
pretty well
circuit.
stacked, but I'm running very bad all the day. But I'm waiting my moment and waiting another player make mistake, like it's happened, like this guy now the treat and someone before, and then I grab my 1-2 moment and it's now easy heads up. Actually, I don't play so much heads up. I don't know. I don't know my opponent how he play. We will see what happens. Yeah, sure, they're looking for the win for the first string. Yeah.
That is the voice of Alexander Tomovich, you can see in the screen there. And it looks like we've already started the heads-up battle.
This is going to be a
Fintan
very
Gavin
interesting
is my
heads
name.
up. Sorry, Fintan, go ahead.
That's the voice of Darrow Carney you've just heard.
Money on the table.
That's the only way to have it. Cash on the table. Something tells me that Tomovich is a cash man.
Yeah. It's going to be a very interesting heads up. Both players have very similar styles. They have a sort of a small ball style, making moves at lots of pots, but keeping the pots small unless they have a really big hand. So somebody asked in the chat, Steersy, how long do you think the heads up will take? This could take a bit longer than a lot of heads up battles take, just because of the style of the two players.
Absolutely. I mean, they're more like, you heard the interview there with Tomovich. He was saying he was getting no hands, nothing was happening for him. He was just waiting for his opponents to make mistakes. That's how he could win chips.
Yeah, he's been incredibly patient since the start of this final table. It didn't go well for him at the start. He got dragged back into the pack, but he never panicked, and that's basically a testament to his experience. Expect Tomovic to go for the value bet here. He's probably just trying to decide what sizing he should go for. He's trying to think what kind of hands Vizula could have. Sorry, actually, no, I'm reading the hands wrong. He just has the 8. Obviously, Vizula is the one who's going to go for the value bet now. He's trying to decide what types of hands he's going to get called by and what size they'll call.
And third pair is probably qualifies as a call, Dara.
Yeah, it depends completely on the sizing. Vizula can try and target calls from pretty much the 8 is the obvious card to target, yeah.
5 million.
So we don't know his sizing yet, but he probably went small to try and make sure he gets called by an 8. He bet half pot. So yeah, he's trying to get called by an 8 here, and you couldn't blame Tomovic if he made the call here. Tomovic finds the fold. He has a remarkable ability to keep finding the right, making the right decision on the river.
I was better
No.
on the flop. No, I mean on
8.
yeah.
Oh, I guess he showed his hand.
Yeah, Vizula turned over the 2 pair and Tomovic saying I was better
on the flop.
I want him.
Yeah, really, I mean, these 2 guys know, well, it's no big surprise for me that they're battling it out. Besides these 2 players, Dara, from our final table, was there any other players that really impressed?
I mean,
now, I know
to be honest,
we didn't get to see much of. I was going to say we didn't get to see too much of like Simone or Michael, who went out early. But what's your thoughts?
Yeah, different players impressed in different ways. Obviously, we didn't see too much of Michael, Simone, who we knew was the pro. He was just hamstrung by his stack, and Michael, who had been very impressive yesterday, similarly so. Ronnie, obviously, he just went for it. He just played really, really aggressively, lived by the sword, and eventually died by the sword. But he certainly spiced things up. And as a recreational player, I believe he owns a restaurant. He gave himself the maximum chance to win by playing so aggressively. Roman, similarly, just kind of went for it, didn't hang around. But to be honest, I mean, pretty much the whole final table, except maybe with the exception of some of the shorter stacks, maybe were just a little bit too patient and waited too long to make their moves. But yeah, it's been a very high quality final table.
Couldn't agree with you more. Ronnie, obviously one of the standout players from this final table. He was kind of shocked. Was really interesting to see his expression when he moved all in, and Roman with the 10s made the call, and he just looks in kind of shock and horror, shakes his head. What's going on? How can you call there?
Yeah.
I like these €200 bricks. They're the ones I'd be going for.
I've never seen those before yet. They're quite the sight.
Winner, of course, receives €204,053, and the World Series seat, runner-up 127. 2017. So the difference is like 75k, 75,000 euro heads up match.
Yeah.
No deals allowed, no deal making allowed in World Series of Poker Europe events or WSOP circuit events.
Yeah.
So this will be played until there's a winner. One of these players will have a gold ring and 204,000 in cash plus that entry to the main event later in the year.
I think it's a general
So there are-
WSOP rule not to allow deals.
Yeah, absolutely. Which I don't mind. As a viewer, you certainly don't mind it.
Yeah. That's not to say deals don't happen, but it has to be between the two players, and they have to trust each other to honor the deal.
Yeah, of course. I mean, who can stop two players making an arrangement off the table? That's like,
Indeed.
you know, that does happen. No one can deny that. But that's their own business.
Yeah.
The winner of this will be wired to 204k or whatever. Runner-up will be wired to 127k, and that's the way it has to be. Tomovic, top pair in the draw. Fazola also has that draw.
They're both playing very cautiously. This is the way they have been
small
playing.
ball poker there.
Small ball, yeah. Yeah, unless there's a cooler, it feels like this is going to be a war of attrition.
Fazola does have the 2-1 chip advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because all the pots are big now at this point.
But from what we've witnessed here from this guy, Tomovic, you know, he's played the short stack absolutely expertly. And the medium stack, short to medium stack, he was just absolutely perfect. No mistakes. And, you know, he just wanted to play streets, because the more streets he played versus his opponents, the more likelihood of mistakes on his opponent's end.
Yeah. Yeah, he's played all the sacrifices really well.
I'm struggling to think of a mistake this guy made. In fact, I'm actually struggling to think of a mistake either one of these guys have made.
Yeah, yeah. And that's often what final tables come down to. You know, you see very eye-catching plays, and people think that that's what final tables are about. But very often final tables just come down to making no mistakes. And if you make no mistakes, you give yourself a great chance. Now, Tomovic might decide to bet his open-ender here. Yeah. He could very well bet his open-ender here. And he's going to do that. Fazola will probably hang on because he's bottom pair, which is pretty big heads up. He also has some other stuff going on with the King of Hearts. That now gives him the second nut flush draw, so he won't be folding if Tomovic decides to fire again. Tomovic checks behind. He doesn't want to get check raised now and blown off his equity. He still reserves the right to or the opportunity to bluff the river. And the question is now, will he, or will he just take the showdown he has with his king? The reason why he checked there is he actually has a decent amount of showdown with the king. He's ahead of stuff like Jack 7, 9, 7.
Another pot awarded to Faizullah, who's taking a substantial lead here.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pulling away now.
Now, Faizullah ace-10 suited on the button.
That's it.
150 is the big blind.
Yes.
Sorry, 300 is the big blind, 150 is the small blind. So it's another 150 for Faizullah to enter the pot, but he's going to come in with a raise. Well, this is huge.
This is
This
huge,
could
yeah.
be
Yeah. 40
super
big
big.
blinds. Both these hands are strong enough to get in heads up.
Tomovic
Yes.
sitting with 11 million. He has raised. He's 3-bet with the king-queen suited. Faizullah is too strong
Yeah, he's not
to be
folding, that's
letting
for
this
sure.
go, Dara.
Yeah, no, there's no question of folding here. It's either yeah, it's either
Yeah.
4-bet or call, and he's gone for the 4-bet. His hand is definitely strong enough to get in.
Yeah, the thing is, his like Tomovic's 3-bet frequency is so low that he's got to give him respect. But he's come back over the top with a 4-bet.
I think he's inducing
What
here.
does Tomovic?
Tomovic might just move in now. He's sized this very well for Zula. He's bet less than a third of Tomovic's stack, so therefore Tomovic can reasonably think he's got fold equity on the shove. So I think he's trying to induce a weaker ace in or a hand like king queen.
4-1. 4-1.
But Tomovic could just call as well. His hand plays very well post flop.
I call. It's 2.
Looks like that's what he's done. He has gone for the call, so he's taken this to the streets. This is already a huge pot. You can see that Tomovic has less than pot behind. So he's playing this similarly to how he played the ace-4 suited against Roman earlier, where he's just going to see if he flops something, and then just.
Tomovic, king queen suited. Faizullah with the ace-10 of clubs. And that's a king in the window, but it was a club. It looked like 2 clubs. It's all going in.
Okay. Yeah, this is all going in now. Yep. And look at the equities.
Alexander Tomovic, top pair, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight.
He moves in. He can't fold his hand, so he wants to get it in with fold equity. And this is basically a flip.
So ace would work for Faizullah. Any club. 12 outs. This could be it. All the chips in the middle. Alexander Tomovic is covered. This player you see in your screen, Faizullah, is the player with the chips. That's Tomovic. Both these guys have put in some performance diamond. Now that's a great card. Kills one of Faizullah's outs. Needs to avoid a club. Ace of hearts and ace of spades. for the double. Faizola hits his club. It's over.
Flashed.
We have a winner.
It's over.
Tomovic still staring at the board.
Not long.
Huh?
Not long play.
No.
That's for sure. It didn't take that long. We expected this to go on for a couple hours, Dara.
Yeah, yeah, that was basically a cooler heads up. There's nothing you can do there. Both players have huge hands pre-flop. They both flopped huge, so it was always going in.
Thank you very much. Yeah, really? If I don't want? You have to.
Can make it minimally as painful. We'll just take a few pictures real quick. We have to do it
I
for that
really
part.
don't want my pictures taken.
I mean, you can leave the mask on and glasses on if you like.
Yeah,
It's
we
still
can
gonna be
do-
your name and that. I mean, you can hide your face as much
Yeah,
as you
but
want,
I
it's
will let these websites deleted from Google.
Well, that was pretty pacey, fast with a heads-up play. Two quality players, Faizola Karaslan and Alexander Tomovic. They were second and third in chips
Here with our
going
winner,
into the
Okan,
final day.
winning WSOP circuit here at Kings Resort. Okan, how's it feel to win the tournament today?
It was amazing. It was amazing to be here. Of course, to win the tournament, to have the ring. I'm very happy.
So how was your experience overall here? Enjoy everything? Everything set up well?
It is my third time in this Rozvadov casino, and every time when I'm here, I'm happy. And especially this one, it's a special one. I'm very happy to be here to win the tournament. Yeah.
Well, that's understandable. It's hard to be unhappy when you win the tournament and get the seat. You're winning the money, the ring, and also you'll be back here for WSOP Europe now. You won that 10,000 euro seat for WSOP Europe.
Yeah.
You excited to come back for that? Take your shot at that big prize pool?
Yeah, of course. I'm very excited to be here again for this main event. Let's see. Maybe I can win this again.
Well, fair enough. Hopefully you run just as well then and everything. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much.
So we have a winner here in Kings Resort. 204,053 in cash and that World Series of Poker main event seat. Runner-up Tomovic, who cashes for 127,017 euro, also wins a main event seat. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all this poker content. Dara, thank you so much for your great insight. It really was a pleasure to have you with us for the last 3 days.
Thanks, Fintan. I really enjoyed it as well. Thanks to everybody who hung out with us in Twitch chat, everybody who watched on YouTube today. We witnessed a really high quality final table, lots of great play, lots of exciting play. And yeah, hopefully we'll do this again sometime.
That's for sure. And in the meantime, I wish you all the best, Dara. And we're going to be signing out now. It's goodbye from me, goodbye from Kings Resort, goodbye from Dara, and we'll see you for our stream next weekend, which is the European Poker Sport Championship. So tune in for that. But for now, goodbye.